The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. And we've got the phone lines open for you here right out of the gate on what has been a juicy first day of June here. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Happy June to everybody. Hope everybody had a great weekend. And, oh, man, if you had a little case of the Monday blues, how about not one, but two blockbuster NFL trades to get you through the day? And the LA Rams, once again, Les Snead saying, F them picks. They trade a first-rounder, a second-rounder, and a third-rounder to the Cleveland Browns to get the NFL two-time Defensive Player of the Year and one of the best defensive players of this century in Myles Garrett. And the Rams also send Pro Bowl young defensive end Jared Verse to Cleveland. So Jared Verse, first, second, and a third-round pick in a couple of different years to get Myles Garrett back. Brad, I know you already said weeks ago you were picking the Rams to win the Super Bowl this year. They're going all in, despite drafting Ty Simpson a month plus ago. Every other move this year and this offseason has been to go all in, and now they get Myles Garrett. I mean, my goodness, the Rams are going to be a juggernaut this year, are they not?
Yes, they are. And they're a team that should win the whole shebang. If they don't, it's going to fall really short of the expectation. They have to go all in. I mean, Matthew Stafford's got maximum 2 years left. Signed that 1 year extension just recently. So that was the first move that they made. Then Les Snead goes, I got an ace up my sleeve. And they decided to make this colossal move that nobody saw coming. There was rumors around that maybe Myles Garrett was going to be on the trade block. But I didn't have any expectation to go to the LA Rams. I think it's a win-win, honestly, for both franchises. I mean, Cleveland is still rebuilding brick by brick, slowly but surely. Obviously, they have an area need a quarterback, at least we think. Whether it's going to be Deshaun Watson back to what he was prior to the pair Achilles injuries from the days that we saw in Houston, or the more recent version that's been bogged down by those injuries. Of course, a lot of the off-the-field transgressions that he was a part of. And then, too, when you look at the Cleveland Browns and various injuries that really socked that franchise, it's never really kind of delivered on in any kind of promise whatsoever. Though Shedeur Sanders showed a little bit of upside after I lampooned him, and I ate an entire plate of crow as a result, because he definitely exceeded my very low expectations last season. But so they got a massive haul in return, a lot of draft capital. Jared Verse is a guy that is a stud. There's no question about it. He's going to be the anchor, the linebacker core of that entire defense for years to come. But the Rams are just like, look, we've got one of the best wide receiver cores in the NFL. I know a lot of people are like, well, they swung and missed. They took Ty Simpson in round one. They should have gone with a wide receiver, getting that wide receiver 3. But there was a method to that madness, as that deal really kind of allowed him to make this deal as an end result. And, I don't really think they need a WR3. They have suitable weapons on that field right now and depth at that position, so they can rotate a number of guys at that WR3. When you got Devontae Adams, when you got Puka Nacua
who's an absolute beast and who's going to have another monster season. I can see a lot of 12 personnel. We've heard rumors it may feature like 13 personnel, which is kind of wild and crazy. 3 tight end sets. They've got a strong ground game and a 1-2 punch there with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. They got a top 5 offensive line. And now, Pat, to go along with Trent McDuffie and that defensive backfield really shoring up that area, which was an area of weakness last year. They get the future Hall of Famer, arguably the best living defensive player of this generation, who's still just 30 years old, probably got at least a couple of incredible caliber years left in him, and Myles Garrett. So, yes, they got pocket rockets right now that were dealt to them face down. They got these big, fat stack of chips, and they're pushing it all in, as they should, because you got a 2-year window with Myles Garrett, the part of this franchise, and, of course, Matthew Stafford, long in the tooth at the end of his career. So you got 2 years to get this done. They today at BetMGM, when I woke up this morning, they were 8-1 to win the Super Bowl post-Garrett acquisition. It sliced $2 off that price. 6-1. That's how big, that's how colossal, that's how mammoth of a move this is, really tilting the scales in to the Rams' favor. They are, without question, the team to beat in the NFL this season, and you're on notice, 72 Dolphins. It would not shock me at all, Pat, if they ran the damn table. That's not a hot take. It's certainly something I believe. They have no weaknesses. Fear the Rams this season in the National Football League.
Wow. Well, I certainly think that's a hot take because look, don't get me wrong. On paper, they're probably the best team in the NFL right now. They got the reigning Super Bowl champions in their own division, Brad. You think they're beating the Seahawks twice this year? You think they're beating the 49ers twice this year? You think they've got a schedule that is fairly difficult and they're not going to lose a single game? Nope. That's a hot take. I like it. I think it's sizzling hot, though. I mean, look, we all want to be, and I think sometimes in the world we live in where we have a big trade like this, everybody from you and me who do this for a living, everybody that's listening to the show right now that talks with their friends about sports at a bar, at work, in their group chats, we get a trade like this, and the immediate reaction is to say, so-and-so got fleeced on this trade. So-and-so got smoked on that trade. So-and-so won this trade. Brad, it might be vanilla to say, I think this was an amazing trade for both teams. If we're grading it, I give both teams an A. The Rams obviously get an A. They go all in. And F them. It's one thing if F them picks hasn't worked before. They did this a couple of years ago to get Stafford, and they traded Goff to the Lions, and they won a Super Bowl that very year. So now they're the first team in NFL history to have the reigning MVP and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year on their squad. They're absolutely stacked. They came up one game short of the Super Bowl last year, losing to the eventual champion Seahawks. Stafford coming off his MVP season, and now you've added Myles Garrett. I mean, so they get an A. A first-round pick for them in 2027, even if they don't meet expectations, or what do they? You think they have a chance to go 17-0? I mean, we probably think NFC title game. So that first round pick, yes, every first round pick in the NFL is valuable. This isn't like the NBA, but that's pick 29. That's pick 30. Could be pick 32 if they win a Super Bowl. And then you've given up a second round pick next year and a third round pick in 2 years from now. Okay, the Jared Verse thing. Yes. Here's the argument. Is Jared Verse ever going to be as good as Myles Garrett? If he is, so be it. If he's not, which he would have to be one of the best defensive players of this century, then it's worth it for the Rams. Now, they're paying Myles Garrett over $40 million because they take on his contract, right? So that now makes it like they just keep pushing the future back. And that's why I guess now, and I still don't like it, but at least you've tried to secure your quarterback of the future with Ty Simpson. Other than that, Brad, they got a bunch of players now. Puka Nacua is one of them, and he just talked a couple of days ago about maybe not getting a contract extension this offseason. Now, you can't pay Puka Nacua this offseason. At least I don't know how the hell they would do that. So now you're looking at 2028, 2029, 2030 for the LA Rams, and it might be bleak. But I feel like we said that a couple of years ago when they traded for Stafford, and then they signed all these great defensive players. Remember, they got Jalen Ramsey, and we're like, how can they keep doing this? Like, they're going to be terrible in a couple of years. Well, they're still pretty freaking good, and so the Rams get an A. And for me, the Browns get all these draft picks. They continue to stockpile first-round picks, and again, it might be a late first rounder, but with the fact that they might be a bottom 5 team in the football, again, you've got an extra bullet to combine in a trade if you wanted to move up next year to get your quarterback. You'd have your pick of the litter. I mean, you could just use the 2 first-round picks and continue to build a very young, very promising team in the future. And again, is Jared Verse ever going to be as good as Myles Garrett? Probably not, but you do have a Pro Bowl pass rusher that you don't have to pay until next offseason as well, who's very, very young. So look, man, I have trouble saying that both these teams don't get an A, because I think they do.
Yeah, I think they get an A with flying colors, quite honestly. There's no losers in this trade at all. This is an even, Steven, fair and square transaction that was made. Everybody wins in this equation. And look, Cleveland, we're going to talk about them a little bit later on tonight in our full breakdown of the 3-point stance, our season preview of this franchise. But I love a lot of the offseason moves that they made. I love their draft. I would have given them I think I gave them an A- or a solid A in the NFL draft performance this year. Yeah, they had a plethora of picks early on, the 3 first-rounders. Then insert those opportunities, especially the wide position. I love acquisition of Casey Concepcion, a guy that really work underneath every single route in the tree, separation skills, but field Boston. A guy can stretch the field and work outside the numbers, bigger bodied wide receiver. They're collecting the foundational pieces to build a successful team. Obviously, the key area is a quarterback, and we don't know what we're going to get with Deshaun Watson, but the leash isn't really too long on Watson. If he goes out and face plants early in the season, I think you're going to have a reinsertion, I think, in the starting lineup of Shedeur Sanders, maybe midpoint of the NFL regular season, see what he is made of down the home stretch, and maybe he can take that next step in his overall development. But maybe both don't work out. You have an incredible class of quarterbacks coming out of college next season. That's the expectation. And if they do royally suck, that's a good thing because they got all the draft capital in the world. They can solve their quarterback issues immediately. So I think Cleveland, if they make the right move at quarterback here in the next, year or two, I'm going to say they're 3 to 4 years away from being a true division title contender in the AFC North. I don't think that's outlandish to say. I don't think I'm snapping tendons in my arms when I'm making that statement. I like the pieces that they have right now on that roster on both ends of the field, and, just make the right investments, stay the course, develop guys, and you're going to produce a winner. You're going to produce a playoff team. And then back to the Rams. Again, win now. Win as often as you possibly can. My friend at ESPN, Mike Clay, gives the Rams, he updated this information after the Garrett trade, a 57% or greater win probability to win in every game, Pat. Every game this year. He projects them to win 13.3 games exactly. Again, I don't think it's remotely crazy to say I've lost my damn mind when I state that they could push the 72 Dolphins to have perfection this year. They are built to destroy the competition. I understand they have the 3rd hardest overall strength of schedule of any NFL team. They're going to be tested. You already laid that case out with the Seahawks. I laid the case out with San Francisco. That division is going to be rocking and rolling with the exception of the punching bag that is the Arizona Cardinals. But my God, if everybody, it's a giant if, it is a violent game, all the key pieces stay healthy, they're going to be unblemished. They're going to be untouched. I believe it, and every fiber of my being, ram it home. It's going to be LA's year.
Yeah, I mean, I can't fault you one bit for saying the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl. I couldn't really fault you a couple of months ago or 2 months ago when you said it as well. I still think 17-0 would be crazy, and you considering the fact that you're picking them to win a Super Bowl, 20-0, first time ever, that would be absurd. But If and a big if they stay healthy. Yeah. Well, look, I'm not going to fault you one bit for saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. It's still too early for me. I want to see how training camp progresses before I make a Super Bowl pick. But I think undefeated is crazy. One more note I want to add on the Browns. I got to give, because I've been very critical of him many, many times. And I think they had a great draft. You and I both think the Browns had a great draft. Andrew Berry, I give him a ton of credit with this trade, because apparently, reportedly, Les Snead and the Rams kept freaking calling him, kept asking, kept saying, what's it going to take to get Myles Garrett? What's it going to take to get Myles Garrett? We'll give you picks. We'll give you a first-round pick. We'll give you a second-round pick. And Andrew Berry kept telling him, nope, not happening. He's untouchable. Only if and maybe if you would consider trading Jared Verse. And the Rams reportedly were like, nah, we're not trading Jared Verse. And then June 1st hit. And they called back, or I guess this was kind of unofficially done over the weekend, but officially now on June 1st. So it can save the Browns some money for trading Myles Garrett post June 1, which it saved the Eagles a ton of money trading A.J. Brown. That was official today. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. But Andrew Berry was not going to he was not going to get fleeced. And he very well could have, because Myles Garrett requested a trade last year, and then they paid him a boatload of money. And you can make the argument, despite the fact that he's the greatest defensive player in football right now, and he's only 30, how many more years of his prime are you going to waste? Because you and I both think the Browns are going to be a pretty damn mediocre team again, because they don't have the quarterback yet. Now that they get Jared Verse and they get all these picks, I give the Browns credit. They could have easily folded, and they could have just said, all right, we got a first. I guess there's nothing we can do. We're wasting Myles Garrett's prime. No, now they get back Jared Verse and those picks as well. So I give the Browns a ton of credit for this. 310-840-4910. So we want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on both the Rams getting Myles Garrett and the Browns getting a big boatload of haul in return, especially Jared Verse? Do you agree with Brad? Rams, unquestioned Super Bowl pick to make this year. Do you think undefeated is in the question? And then we've got one more for you. Is this the biggest trade in the NFL in recent memory? And if not, what is a bigger trade in your opinion? When it happened, or I guess it could be however it played out, but more importantly, when it happened, did this drop your jaw more than any other trade in the last 5 years? Let us know on the phone lines, 310-840-4910. Brad, I think the other massive trade that the Browns were involved in a couple of years ago for Deshaun Watson, I think that may be the only trade that's bigger than this, because Myles Garrett's the best defensive player in football. And, you know, I'm thinking back, you had the Bears trading for Khalil Mack. You had the 49ers trading for McCaffrey. You had the Dolphins trading for Tyreek Hill. You had the Raiders trading for Devontae Adams. All in the last couple of years here, all huge trades. None of those was for the best defensive player in all of football. And I don't think any of those was for the best offensive player in all of football. Maybe the Rams trading for Matthew Stafford was the last biggest one, but I think the Browns trading the 3 first-rounders, a third-rounder, and 2 fourth-rounders to get Deshaun Watson, and then paying him $230 million fully guaranteed on top of all the off-field stuff, that's probably the only trade that was bigger than this one that went down today. What do you think?
I disagree. I think this one was bigger. And you might say, oh, you're a prisoner of the moment. You're living in the last couple hours of what's gone down. No, I mean, you sit back and you examine everything. I mean, you're talking about a generational NFL defensive player, 2-time defensive player of the year, set the sacks record last season. A guy who was also number 1 in the NFL in tackles for loss with 33. He was number 22 in run stuffs with 17. So he was more than just a guy that got after the quarterback. He was elite. He was dominant at the line of scrimmage, whether defending the run or the pass. So Myles Garrett, yes, he's 30 years old. He's getting a little bit older there. But you're right. How many years in his prime do you have remaining? I think minimum of 2, could be as many as 4 to 5. He is a first ballot future Hall of Famer. And you make an excellent deal today. And again, nobody lost this deal with a draft capital that was involved, with Jared Verse also being thrown in the mix, a win-win scenario. There was no bigger blockbuster that has occurred this century in the National Football League and the trade market until
today. I will fight anybody in the deepest, darkest alley if they disagree. Warning, I'm a biter.
All right, we got to get to break here. You're listening to BetMGM tonight. Sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. When we come back, we're going to talk to the great Michelle Beadle on the NBA Finals and the Spurs playing my Knicks, which we'll get into plenty. Don't you worry. But when we return from that, so keep in mind, if you want to get on the phones now, 310-840-4910. Is this the biggest NFL trade in recent memory? Myles Garrett going to the Rams, Jared Verse, a first round, a second round, and a third round pick going back to the Cleveland Browns. What do you think of the trade? We'll get your calls in just a bit. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and Michelle Beadle joins us next on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Chet Holmgren gave up. And I don't say that to be mean. How can you dispute it? What's the argument against it? Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford, and again, I credited them for their job during the broadcast on Saturday night. They were saying it as the game, they were begging Chet Holmgren to go at Wemby. Which doesn't mean he's going to have success. Like, Wemby could have rejected him, right? But at least try. He wasn't even trying. Here are players on Oklahoma City that took more shots than Chet Holmgren in Game 7 of the Western Conference Final. Obviously, SGA is one of them. Isaiah Hartenstein. Lou Dort, Cason Wallace, who was maybe along with SGA the main reason why this game was still semi-close in the final couple minutes. Cason Wallace was unbelievable and made himself millions of dollars. He was great in Game 7. He showed up. Cason Wallace showed up. He took 10 shots. The other Jalen Williams, Jay Will, 9 shots. Caruso, 14. Kenrich Williams, 4. Jared McCain, 12. All took more shots than Chet Holmgren, who took 2. Chet Holmgren, thought to be the second best player on the team that everyone expected to win the title, took 2 more shots on Saturday night in Game 7 than you or I did. Think about that. How is that possible? Wemby mind-effed him. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not difficult to figure out. This is like Occam's razor, right? And I've used this example before, but it's, like a murder scene. It all points to one person. That person probably did it, right? It doesn't have to be like this crazy, theory where, well, maybe it was this or maybe, no, it's like probably just that, what it appears to be. We don't have to dig deeper into this. He was scared of Wemby. Like, Wemby dominated. There's a word that starts with E that I won't use here because it's a derogatory word. Mask is in it. I won't use that word. But like Wemby completely mentally dominated him and mind-effed him. There's no argument against it. And now it's what happens moving forward. What does Chet Holmgren do now? Does he go the way of Ben Simmons? Following Ben Simmons' utter refusal to shoot the basketball in the Sixers' Game 7 loss to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks in 2021? Is that what's going to happen here with Chet Holmgren? I hope not. And I'm not a Thunder fan. It's just like, what a shame that would be. What does he do? Does he get his mind right? Does he put a little more muscle on? Because, you're going to have to keep seeing this guy. This is the boogeyman right now for Chet. Is Wemby. And you're going to have to keep seeing, it's like a horror movie for him. And at the end of the movie, there's Michael Myers waiting for you. You know it. How's he going to do next time? I don't know if he's going to win next time. I don't know if he'll ever outperform Wemby. Wemby might go down as the best player ever. But he better try. You bet. Like, no one's expecting Chet Holmgren to thoroughly dominate Victor Wembanyama. But you need to try. You have to do something. And I'm not the man in the arena. I'm a guy doing a radio show. I'm a guy doing a video show. I'm a guy you might be watching on your TV right now. I'm not the man in the arena. But even I know you have to at least try. This was a dynasty steal by San Antonio. I am not saying that's what's going to happen. The Knicks can win.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Alrighty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll get to your phone calls in just a bit on the blockbuster NFL trade today. Myles Garrett going to the LA Rams. Jared Verse and a boatload of picks going back to the Cleveland Browns. So hang tight. We've already got a couple of callers on hold. If you want to join, 310-840-4910. But let's get to the guest line here and talk some NBA Finals after an incredible weekend for the San Antonio Spurs. We're going to talk to a San Antonio native and a Spurs and NBA enthusiast and the host of Run It Back. The great Michelle Beadle joins us here on BetMGM tonight. Michelle, it's Pat and Brad. How you doing?
I'm awesome. How are you guys? By the way, it was very noble that Myles Garrett stayed as long as he did. So I'll give him props for staying in Cleveland that long. Well done, sir. Well done.
Yeah, especially in Cleveland.
Awesome.
And I know, he demanded that trade last year, and it wasn't about the money. And then $40 million a year comes talking, and I guess you have to listen to that.
Mm-hmm. You have to.
Michelle, look, I'm a diehard Knicks fan, so we can lock horns in a bit on that. But what was your biggest takeaway from Game 7 in OKC on Saturday night where Wemby and the Spurs dethroned the champs on their own floor?
It was, I feel like we've got this notion of experience in sports as if it's just, you get it each year and then somehow one day it just pops up that you've officially had enough experience and you're ready to go. And I think with the Spurs, and especially watching it in Game 7, it's like, no, we're just watching it happen in real time, which we're not really used to doing. And so I've accepted it through the course of this series. They are learning fast. They are built together like a team that gets along, and it all starts with the big guy and just sort of trickles down, and they're tough. Like, it's a tough group of young kids, for goodness sake. Like, it's shocking sometimes to watch them. And then, and in a Game 7 where there were moments where you started to feel like, oh no, this is going to be problematic, then that's when De'Aaron Fox just kind of stepped up and exerted himself as the vet that he is. So Game 7 was just kind of a great mix of a little bit of everything. You could tell they were kind of over it. I think they were really done and frustrated with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And it was glorious. Like, I just genuinely am not shocked often. This has just been a shockingly beautiful journey so far, and now we get to see what happens.
Yeah, no doubt, Michelle. I know you can't see me right now, but I got an autographed Church's Chicken 5x8 of David Robinson over my left-hand shoulder right now. So I grew up a
Amazing.
Spurs fan. I lived in San Antonio for a time. I'm enthusiastic. I can't believe they're back in the NBA Finals. So let's dig in a little bit more here. And I want you to gaze at the crystal ball, shall we? Absolutely, to no living human surprise right now, Victor Wembanyama is the heavy favorite to win NBA Finals MVP. However, among the longer odds candidates for San Antonio, Stephon Castle, he's 6-1. De'Aaron Fox, who's 101 to win NBA Finals MVP. Wow. Dylan Harper, 160-1. Devin Vassell at 251. Or Julian Champagnie, if you really want to get crazy with the cheese whiz, at 500-1. Which of those other outside of Wemby could step up and win the NBA MVP trophy? Who are you taking a flyer on?
I mean, would that not be crazy if Champagnie just had, because he had it the other night. Was he 6 of 10 from 3? Like if he did that 5 games in a row, that would be amazing. You know what? I'm going to do Stephon Castle. Although, and we saw him get a little frustrated, and Derek Harper just sort of saved his booty the other night, which was another moment where you're like, how's this kid 20? But I think I'm going to go Stephon Castle. But yeah, I don't even really feel that in my gut. That's like a good one. I would love the Julian Champagnie. If I was even going to put $1 on it, I feel like I would just go nuts and just, why not? Why not? Do it. Do it.
Yeah, just live like you're wild and crazy. Yeah, there's no point. I mean, at 500-1, why the heck not? Throw a couple of shuckos on it and let the sucker ride. Yeah, why not? Beans, again, I know you're a Giants person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he might get hot. You're right. And he's been very hot already in this NBA postseason. So, Beads, I know you're a loyal Spurs enthusiast. For this year's team to live up to some of the greats, it needs to hoist a Larry O'Brien trophy, in my opinion. So, hypothetically, and Mitch Johnson's team did do exactly that. In your mind, how would it compare to prior Spurs title teams under Pop in 99 when they coincidentally beat the New York Knicks? 2003, 2005, 2007, 2014, all those NBA championship teams. It is the greatest Spurs team of your lifetime.
I mean, look, I was there 99 as an intern. So it was a glorious summer of celebration in San Antonio. And weirdly enough, Tim Duncan was, because now we're getting all these fun little nuggets and stats. It's like Tim Duncan was 22 years old and beat the Knicks in the finals, and Wemby's 22. So we're starting all that kind of fun stuff to talk about. So that one has sentimental value. Obviously, it's the first one as well. And just kind of, you don't know what the future holds when you win that first one. I mean, Wemby said it the other night, like, you don't know if you're going to be back to the finals in your career. It's not a given. We may all feel that way, and we may think that there's a dynastic run about to happen, but that's not guaranteed. And then personally for me, 2014 was such a sort of blinders on, just hate-fueled journey because of the way the year before ended at the hands of the Miami Heat. And it was like the regular season, cute, but you could tell that Spurs team was just like, just hurry up and get back to the finals and take care of business. And I was courtside for that game. I lost my mind. I mean, there are shots of Manu Ginobili with me in the background, losing my mind like an absolute freak show. And I loved it so much. It was, Birdman tried to get me kicked out of the arena with my brother because we were talking smack. Like it was such a fun final. So I'm going to go with 99 sentimental, 14 just personal petty.
Oh, fantastic.
That's a good answer. We're talking to the great Michelle Beadle here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Michelle, when you look at this Knicks team, how do you define the historic dominance they've displayed here in this postseason? Is what the Knicks did in their run to the finals repeatable against San Antonio, or do you think they got favorable matchups and played a weak Eastern Conference?
I mean, it's such an easy thing to say, but they beat Cleveland and Detroit, and Detroit was the 1 seed, and they'd won 60 games, and that's not nothing. So, sure, it looked super easy, and their point differential made it look even easier. They're just on a tear, and I don't want to diminish what they've done. It would be fun to do it. I wish I could, but I can't. And I also think there is something to be said about Cleveland being a bit fraudulent, but that's another story for another day. it's just they were not going to be shut down. And honestly, it kind of felt like when you got Dolan, who doesn't do interviews, coming out during the season and talking about winning the finals, and you fire a coach who gets you to the Eastern Conference Finals, and that's not good enough. It's just kind of like, I think that was the goal, and there was no backup plan. I think Jalen Brunson is just absolutely a blast to watch play basketball. It's going to be a bummer to have to root against him for the next couple of weeks, but he is somebody who I trust. Like, I think even when the rest of the guys might be having off nights or they just look out of it, like, you can always look to him to kind of figure things out or run off 12 points in a row by himself. And he's so dang clutch. So I think what they did is epic, and should not be diminished. You play who you play, and they played two teams that were supposed to be good. It's not their fault that they weren't better. So the Knicks are on a heck of a run right now, and I can see why fans are as hopeful as they've ever been, and I get it.
Yeah, certainly right a heater. There's no doubt about it. All right, Beats, a random scenario for you. You got floor seats at Madison Square Garden to watch Spurs Knicks at some point in this series. Which well-known Knicks celebrity superfan would you most want to sit next to, presumably talking friendly trash throughout the game? Here are your options. Number 1, Tracy Morgan. Number 2, Timothy Chalamet. Number 3, Ben Stiller. Number 4, Chris Rock. Number 5, Jon Stewart. Number 6, Anne Hathaway. Number 7, Spike Lee, or wild card, Fat Joe. Who you sit next to?
Oh, man. I do like Fat Joe, and I do love Jon Stewart. But honestly, before you even gave me the choices, I was about to blurt out Tracy Morgan. So that is my answer. He is crazy. I loved seeing him in like the second row in Cleveland with just a Knicks jersey on and nothing else. Like, he's insane in the best of ways. And I think sitting next to him for an entire basketball game would be an absolute blast.
All right, winner.
Good answer. We're talking with Michelle Beadle here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Beadle, everybody knows that Jalen Brunson is the head of the Knicks snake, but the Knicks have exploded into playing like a juggernaut because several players have raised their games to their respective ceilings. So who have you been most impressed by on the Knicks during their run?
Oh, Mikal Bridges, because 25 minutes ago, we all wanted him traded. So I feel like he has earned the respect of a lot of people in this offseason. He's shooting lights out percentage-wise. Can't complain about that. Because I feel like some of the other guys, I don't know if we take them for granted, but we kind of expect them to be consistent in a way. And I think Mikal Bridges has just shown up as just a completely different level of his game during this postseason. So I would give my award for I'm a little surprised by you to Mikal Bridges. No doubt about it. Now, whether he stays hot like that, again, I hope not, but we're about to find out. So, yeah, he's been great.
Yeah, you're not the only one. And look, one of the many things I give Mike Brown credit for is he benched his ass in the fourth quarter of those games 2 and 3 against Atlanta. And I don't know if you ever watched Always Sunny. I did like the Dennis system to Mikal Bridges. I had separated entirely all feelings for him. And now, like 2 weeks later, I'm back and I'm like, all right, Mikal, we love you. Yeah, those 5 first-round picks were worth it. Michelle, finally, if you're the OKC Thunder, are you looking to make a drastic move this offseason to try and trade Chet Holmgren, or do you think they need to just run it back? And if they're healthy next year, they're getting back to the Western Conference Finals at bare minimum?
I mean, I don't think I panic, and he was absolutely abysmal, and it's been a joy to sort of be on the other side of that as a fan. But yeah, I don't think you panic. Now, I think and Chandler Parsons and the guy said that this morning, like you do take calls. I mean, you might be answering some phone calls you didn't necessarily want to answer a month ago, because what he showed is it's not just that he had a bad series, it's that his body language, he looks scared, and that's a really weird thing to say and see. So I would just take the calls. I mean, they are a very blessed team in that they've got 1,000 resources and assets, and the team itself is depth beyond. And yeah, they had 2 major injuries, didn't help anybody. So take the calls, see what happens. As SGA said, they've got the best GM in the business, so I don't do whatever's best. But yeah, Chet didn't make any friends. Like, he's got a lot of sort of introspection to kind of do this summer and off season, because that was rough.
Yeah, he just needs to go and see some monks like Wemby did, and then, he won't be scared anymore.
Yeah. There you go.
Easy.
Yeah, Michelle, we appreciate the time so much. I'm a big fan of yours, have been for a long time, so it was great to chat with you, and we'll hope to catch up with you soon.
Anytime, guys. I enjoyed it.
See you, Beads.
There you go, the great Michelle Beadle. We will take a quick break. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910, and then we will get to your calls on what we discussed in the opening segment, the massive, blockbuster, jaw-dropping NFL trade today between the Rams and the Browns that saw Myles Garrett find himself a new home in Los Angeles. And we'll also start to preview Knicks and Spurs. Yes, we are 48 hours away, but I have been waiting. And I finally know who the Knicks are going to beat in the NBA Finals. So we got a lot to do. Get aboard, 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This was a dynasty steal by San Antonio. I am not saying that's what's going to happen. The Knicks can win, of course. But, be honest. Is it that crazy to think that the Spurs will win this year and could win again next year? Is that crazy? No, right? Let's talk about some dynasty steals in recent memory. In 1996, my New York Yankees played the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. A year after, the Atlanta Braves finally got over the hump and won the World Series with the late, great Bobby Cox, beating the then Cleveland Indians in 6, Tom Glavine World Series MVP. I still have a VHS. I used to tape the ends of all the World Series just to have them on tape because I'm a sports nerd. I have it my mom has it somewhere in her house. Anyway, the Braves win in 95. They get back to the World Series in 96. Andrew Jones, who's like 13 at the time, like Danny Almonte, I'm only exaggerating by a little bit, is hitting 700-foot moonshots off the Yankees. They're up 2-0 going back to Atlanta for the middle 3 games of the series. Feels like the Braves are going to go back-to-back, and this could be a dynasty for Maddox, for Glavine, for Smoltz and company. And the Yankees win 4 straight. Now, the Yankees would lose in 97 to the Indians, but then win in 98, win in 99, win in 2000, and in 99 would beat the Braves again. Dynasty steal. How about, and it's not quite a dynasty steal because this team only won twice, but how about Super Bowl 32? Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers in 96 beat Drew Bledsoe, Bill Parcells, and the Patriots in the Super Bowl. The next year, they're back, and they're big favorites against John Elway in Denver in that Super Bowl. That is the Whirlybird game, the helicopter John Elway game, the Terrell Davis migraine game. Broncos win the Super Bowl. And in 98, they go back-to-back and crush the Falcons. And it should have been the Vikings. And that's a story for another time. Shout out to Morton Anderson, who made his kicks, and Gary Anderson, who missed his. Sorry to all the Minnesota fans out there. Not quite a dynasty steal because they won 2, but you understand where I'm going with this, right? How about an even more recent example? Super Bowl 49. The Seattle Seahawks slam Peyton Manning and the Broncos in Super Bowl 48 in my neck of the woods at MetLife Stadium. Next year, the Packers yak it away in the NFC title game in Seattle, and the Seahawks go back to the big game. And they're on the doorstep, the literal doorstep of history, back-to-back. Denied by Malcolm Butler, Tom Brady, and the Patriots, who then would go on, the Broncos would win 50, but the Patriots would win 51, and then win 53. When the Seahawks would have gone back-to-back. And who knows what happens from there. If the locker room doesn't get fractured as a result of the Russell Wilson pick and the Darrell Bevel and Pete Carroll play call, and Marshawn Lynch isn't furious, and Richard Sherman's not furious, and the defense isn't furious that the offense cost them back-to-back championships. Who knows what happens? Dynasty steal. As Steely Dan once said, are you reeling in the years? As the years go on, who's to say? I'm not guaranteeing this will be the case, but it's possible, right? That the Spurs took a dynasty from Oklahoma City and made it their own. I don't think it's dramatic at all to say that.
I think there's value on Cam Boozer. I think there's a lot of value.
Let's go
on
first.
betting. Yeah, because he's like this long shot, and a lot of the draft analysis is leaning a lot, like the late draft analysis is leaning towards him. Darren Peterson is the scout's favorite, and he might just push back up to number one. But I do think that Cam Boozer, especially if the Wizards decide that they're going to trade Anthony Davis, because Davis has been like, yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't think this team is good enough. And they're like, we'll see. And acting like he's too good for the Wizards. Well, okay, fine. Get him out of here. We don't need that kind of nonsense. Then you just draft Cam Boozer. You put him next to Alex Sarr, and that works. Or the Jazz, whose father, Carlos Boozer, works for them, move up and get Cam Boozer. I think that's possible. If another team comes through and trades with the Wizards, I think it's possible they take Cam Boozer. I just think, to me, Cam Boozer is the best of those three prospects. To me, Cam Boozer has the best value as far as from a betting angle. I do not think the gap between AJ DeBonsa and Cam Boozer is so wide that there's not value on Cam Boozer.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're going to get to your phone calls here in 30 seconds at 310-840-4910. Don't forget, you can text the show as well at 310-840-4910. If you do text, add your name and where you're from, and we'll feature your text on the show. But huge shout out to the great Michelle Beadle for joining us last segment, talking all things Spurs, Knicks, NBA Finals, what the Thunder should do this offseason, because there is a ton of talking points coming off that Saturday Game 7, which we're going to get to in a little bit later. We've got a couple of other great guests lined up for you today, by the way. Adam Grosbard, who covers the Rams for the LA Daily News, he's going to join us in less than 15 minutes from now to get his coverage of the Rams trade and how the hell this thing came together. 9 o'clock Eastern, we'll talk to the great Noah Eagle from NBC, Peacock. And then at 10 o'clock Eastern, we'll talk with John Schmelk, who not only does the pre- and post-game radio show for the New York Giants, because they've got an old pal coming back, and Odell Beckham Jr., but he also is a huge Knicks fan and a knower of ball, as I like to say. So got a lot of great guests for you tonight. But let's get to your phone calls here, 310-840-4910. Kevin is next up in Baltimore on BetMGM Tonight, wants to weigh in on this big Myles Garrett trade today. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Good, fellas. How you doing this evening?
Good, man.
As a Baltimore fan, I can certainly appreciate this trade big time, because for me, and it's not to disqualify Cleveland, but it gives me a pretty good instinctual feeling that they are absolutely punting. And I'm cool with that. I think, like I was talking with the producer, the Rams have absolutely started to dominate football with making the right trades. I mean, there's a reason why they're a Super Bowl favorites, odds on Super Bowl favorite to some degree. And you got to give them a lot of credit. They really do show that they want to win football games. And it's wild because you got the three different tiers of NFL teams. They're either punting, not as good as they think they are, or they're in contention. And Hey, hats off to that for getting Myles Garrett. That dude's a monster.
Yeah, Kevin, appreciate the call, man. And you've seen it firsthand over the last couple of years where, I mean, how many games has he wrecked against the Ravens? How many times can we say to ourselves, how did the Ravens lose to the Browns? Well, it's because of Myles Garrett and that Browns defense usually helping them win ball games, ugly, ugly ball games. So, yeah, if you're a Ravens fan, you don't have to deal with Myles Garrett. That's one less player you got to worry about. Now you do have to worry about Jared Verse. Again, awesome player. Nowhere near the star power and the impact that Myles Garrett has. But, yeah, Brad, I think that Kevin put the tiers of NFL teams in a unique but a pretty good, kind of tier system. They're either punting, which the Browns, no, they're not going to basically outwardly do it, but until they find their quarterback, they're not in the conversation for a playoff team. Then you got teams that aren't as good as they think they are, and then teams that are in contention. And the Rams have proven time and time again, F them picks. They're going to do whatever it takes to win when they've got a Super Bowl window. And if you're a Ravens fan, you could say to yourself, all right, one less headache we've got to deal with twice a year.
Yeah, it's a case of the haves and the have-nots, right? And a bunch of teams in the middle. But the great equalizer in the NFL, because of being a violent game, is the injury imp, right? You have no idea. Nobody can predict at all who is going to remain upright over a 17-game slate, period, end of story. And when those critical injuries are going to occur and who is going to be felled by those critical injuries. And it can change everything in the course of a season in a drop of a hat. So we're going to have to see how this thing plays out. There's no guarantees once the ball is teed up and it's kicked off. But, right now on paper, without question, the LA Rams are, the no doubt front runner to hoist the Lombardi Trophy this year. But anything can change, anything can occur, and it can really occur in a snap of a finger. So I think Kevin is spot on with that point of analysis. We're going to see how this plays out. I just hope for the sake of my Rams tickets, and I did lay a little action down today at BetMGM on the Rams. They have the most wins in the NFL at plus 850. They don't fail me at all this year.
Yeah, 310-840-4910 if you want to join the show. We also posed the question to you, was this trade, which again, in case you're just joining us, maybe you had a busy day at work or you live under a rock and you haven't seen it yet, Myles Garrett is going to the LA Rams. And in return, the Cleveland Browns get Pro Bowl pass rusher Jared Verse, who's had a couple of great first 2 seasons in the NFL, a first-round pick next year, a second-round pick in 2 years, and a third-round pick in 3 years. So we asked you the question in the opening segment of the show. This is the biggest NFL trade since blank. And for me, I think there's 2 trades that top it in the last 5 years. It's the Rams getting Matthew Stafford, which they would go on to win a Super Bowl immediately, and the Deshaun Watson trade because of how poorly, miserably it has worked for the Cleveland Browns thus far. Brad thinks it might be the biggest trade this century, I think I heard Brad say. We've got Anthony from Houston weighing in on our text line, and he says, in regards to the biggest recent trade, the only one I can think of is Micah Parsons last year, where the Packers sent the Cowboys 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons, along with Kenny Clark. But this one is a little bigger because Myles Garrett is a better player than Micah Parsons. Yeah, I think that goes without saying. The Micah Parsons deal was big, but and he's top 5 pass rusher in the game. Brad, I still think Myles Garrett is pretty unequivocally the best defensive player still in all of football. So yeah, this one is huge.
Yeah, it is. And you're unequivocally correct in your assessment that Myles Garrett is the most dominant defensive player in the NFL right now. Again, he's not ancient. He's a guy that's not on his last leg. He's only 30 years old. So you and I both feel at a minimum he's got a couple of extraordinary seasons left in him. And, the change of locale, it's going to come with added pressure. Sure, being in Los Angeles. Sure, with the Super Bowl, hopes on the line. Of course, remember this year's Super Bowl on their home turf at SoFi Stadium. So a lot of motivation to say the least, but he is going to be a key cog defensively and a key cog for that organization overall. LA, I'm telling you folks, the team to beat this year.
310-840-4910, the number to join the show. We're going to get the inside scoop on how this came to be from Adam Grossbart. He joins us next, the Rams beat writer for the LA Daily News. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Victor Wembanyama is overcome with emotion. And if you'll recall, a little earlier in the season, it was this calendar year, the Spurs had a huge second-half comeback against the LA Clippers. And Wemby was crying on the court after the game. I'm not saying he's bawling like he's hysterical, but like he's shedding tears. He did the same thing on Saturday night. He's overwhelmed with emotion. He's overcome by the moment. And you can tell how much this all means to him. He says in the post-game press conference, he doesn't say, and this is all, everything, like nothing is accidental here. When he says, he doesn't say winning the NBA championship is a childhood dream. He says winning the Larry O'Brien trophy is a childhood dream. We are big sports fans, right? This is exactly what we all want from our stars. Is this. This is what we want. If you're a lifelong diehard fan of the San, and I understand the Spurs have won, I've had a great run, right? With Duncan, etc. But you're a diehard fan of the San Antonio Spurs, and you hear your young franchise player say that, you're in ecstasy. This is exactly what you want from a young star. Someone who is invested in the history of the league, who's aware of his potential standing in things as it moves forward, and wants to win so badly that he sheds tears on the court after a big win. Now, I don't say that to diminish someone else, another athlete's desire. It's not just, it doesn't mean it's one-to-one. Like you have to shed tears in order to really care. I'm not insinuating that at all. But this is someone who indisputably gives a you-know-what. It means something to him. Winning MVP means something to him. He's a creative player. And more than that, he's someone created in a laboratory for real-life success. Every single box checked. There's only one left. NBA champion. That the Vegas Golden Knights destroyed the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche, a team that many, including me, thought would easily skate to a Stanley Cup championship. A team with Stanley Cup pedigree, having won the Cup a couple years ago. And it's a fascinating juxtaposition. A 39-win regular season team against the team that just went 12-1 in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Carolina is the betting favorite at BetMGM at minus 145. The Vegas Golden Knights at plus 120. I think this series is a coin flip. You could talk me into any outcome, and I wouldn't be shocked. So if that's true, and any outcomes possible, Knights in 7, Canes in 7, Knights in 5, Canes in 5, sweep, I wouldn't be shocked if anything happened in this series. And if that's true, then I want to lean into variance if I'm going to bet, and I'm going to pick the series. I have bet the Vegas Golden Knights to win the series, and they are my pick, obviously, to win Lord Stanley's Cup.
shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Welcome on back to the show. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, let's go to our guest line here and talk to our next guest. He covers the Rams for the LA Daily News. And it's been an eventful day. In case you missed the opening hour, Myles Garrett is now the newest member of the Los Angeles Rams. And the Cleveland Browns in return get Jared Verse, a first-round pick next year, a second-round pick in 2 years, and a third-round pick in 3 years. So, Adam, I imagine it's been a very interesting day for you. It's Pat and Brad. Thanks for joining us, man. How you doing? Okay, looks like Adam just accidentally dropped off, so we're going to give him a call right back. And I think that's honestly not the worst thing, Brad, because I don't think I ever actually said Adam Grossbar. Did I, or do I have dementia?
No, you didn't.
Yes, that
now
worked out nicely. That worked out nicely.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
sometimes speaking is hard. Sometimes, we make mistakes. And
Totally
so I
agree.
remember I was like, he's the Rams beat writer for the LA Daily News. And I was like, wait a minute, did I actually ever say Adam Grossbard? I guess I didn't. So that's my apologies. But again, we're getting Adam right back on the phone. And while we have a moment to do that, Brad, we were just talking in the break. It feels, obviously baseball fans, there's baseball every day. I know for me, the Yankees, they're off today. But chances are your baseball team is playing today. But on a night now where the sports are starting to slow down a little bit, right? Stanley Cup Finals is going to be on average every other day, and it starts tomorrow. NBA Finals starts Wednesday, but it's just those series. We've got French Open tennis match going right now, and we got the Women's College World Series for softball going on right now. So now we start to get into the niche sports, and so we got some action, got some good action going on right now. But Adam is ready to go, so let's get him back up here. Adam Grossbard, he covers the Rams for the LA Daily News, and as I said before, it's been a very eventful day for him, I can imagine. So, Adam, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks for joining the show, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I think I caught my breath from sprinting out of the gym when I saw the Ian Rappaport tweet, but it's been a crazy day.
Yeah, to say the least. So let's get right into it here. From your covering of the Rams, is this something that came along out of nowhere, or was this trade for Myles Garrett in the works for some time here?
I mean, it doesn't happen on June 1st without there being a lot of work throughout the offseason. And the Rams weren't going to include someone like Jared Verse without a lot of negotiations and to try to find a way to get it done without including someone that they are very, very high on. But ultimately, it's Myles Garrett, and you got to do it no matter what the price is, if you're really trying to maximize a Super Bowl window like they say they're trying to do with what's left of Matthew Stafford's career.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Adam, let's talk a little bit bigger picture here. With Garrett expected to join the club, obviously, imminently, it's quite easy to argue the Rams have the number one defense and the number one offense entering the 2026 NFL season. Are you like me, thinking anything short of a Super Bowl title will be a disappointment for Los Angeles this year? I mean, the pinnacle of the season, after all, is in the Rams' house at SoFi Stadium. So is it Super Bowl or bust for LAR this season?
I think the last couple years when they've been in the playoffs, the Rams have viewed themselves as Super Bowl contenders, and there's been very little moral victories coming out of the loss to Seattle in the NFC Championship game and out of the loss to the Eagles. They both times felt like they were on the verge of going to and winning the Super Bowl if they had gotten past those two teams. And so now this year, you saw the all-in. Like Snead said at the beginning of the offseason that if Matthew comes back, we are going to do what we can to be competitive and sustainable. And the competitive has been two big trades for all pros, including one two-time Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah, it's Super Bowl or bust. And they know that. And they know that that's not even just external talk. Like that is the reality of the situation when you are the first team in the NFL history to have the reigning MVP and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year on the same roster.
Yeah, no question about it. Should be a monster season, without a doubt, in the City of Angels this year. Adam, injuries and ineptitude are always perpetual threats in a violent sport like the NFL. It either took hold for this organization this year. What possession on this team do you feel lacks the most depth? Are there really any weaknesses beyond just beneath the surface?
I mean, the biggest question is just if something were to happen to Matthew Stafford, is Ty Simpson ready for NFL competition? You know, the Rams got him as someone they think they can develop into the quarterback of the future, but I don't know if they really see that as the short-term future. He has some work to do. He didn't have a lot of reps in college. Like, he needs to get adjusted to NFL speed, NFL coverages, the speed of an NFL blitz. So I think that would be the biggest question if there were an injury to Matthew Stafford at some point during the offseason or even in the early season. Do the Rams try to find some kind of emergency option to come in and have a little bit more comfortability out there on the under center and in the pocket?
We're talking to Adam Grossbard here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Adam covers the Rams for the LA Daily News. You can find him on Twitter at Adam Grossbard. Adam, is there any worry about Puka Nacua this season, especially now that you add Myles Garrett's contract into the equation? I think that makes it probably unlikely Puka gets a big contract extension this offseason. Or do you still think there's room for that? And if not, do you think he'll be able to put a turbulent offseason behind him come September?
You know, there's always bananas in the banana stand. Like there's always money in the banana stand. They'll find a way if they need to pay him. At this point, it doesn't seem like that's the position that we're heading towards. I think we're kind of heading more towards the Rams waiting and seeing if he can kind of make some changes off the field, be a reliable presence both on and off, and see, you know, if he's kind of learned from some of these very public mistakes over the last 6 months. I think that, when we talked to him last week, I asked him if he was comfortable playing without an extension. He didn't answer yes or no, but said that, he feels he just loves playing football and he loves playing for this team and he wants to keep doing it. So we'll see what were to happen if he were to reach training camp without some kind of agreement. I don't think the Rams are afraid of having to kind of have the staring contest if they need to, though.
Adam, according to ESPN's Mike Clay, the Rams have a 57% or greater win probability in every single regular season game this year. Per Clay, their toughest matchup is in Week 16 at Seattle. Assuming key parts stay healthy, and I know it's a giant assumption, but again, assuming key parts stay healthy, is it conceivable this team runs the table? Could the 72 Dolphins' perfect season be placed in jeopardy? I'm crazy to think that is entirely within the deck of cards. What say you?
Oh, man. I mean, it's a really tough schedule. Like, you play the NFC West, you got Seattle twice, San Francisco twice. Rams might be better on paper, but those are two really good head coaches over there. You got the Bills, you got the Chiefs, you got the Eagles. a brutal travel schedule. And, this is a team that the last couple of years has lost to teams that it was pretty clearly better on paper than. They can drop some every so often. You saw it against the Falcons in a way that kind of hurt their draft stock and hurt their ability to compete for a home playoff game. And so I'm not going to be predicting 17 wins, but I think I'm going to predict them to win their division. And, I think it's going to be a pretty deep playoff run.
All right.
Talking to Adam Grossbart here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Adam covers the LA Rams for the LA Daily News. And obviously we're talking about the big blockbuster trade that went down today. Myles Garrett to the LA Rams, with the Browns getting Jared Verse and a bunch of picks in return. So Adam, with this trade in the books now, it still kind of blows my mind that a team that has seemingly gone all in this year and many times in the past, they did it in all areas except for one. The one first-round draft pick they've actually used here in recent times. Well, at least one of the few first-round picks. I know you mentioned him before, but a month plus later, how do you think Rams fans should feel about drafting Ty Simpson with Matthew Stafford coming off his MVP season?
I think it's all related, though. I'm not sure. I totally get it. Because, it is so inconsistent with the rest of the offseason that the Rams have had. They drafted not just at quarterback, but at tight end, offensive line, and defensive tackle for the future. Guys who probably won't contribute a lot this year, but will help them make some contract decisions in a year or two. And but this is something that Les Snead has talked about, is trying to find a balance between being competitive and long-term sustainability. And there was a belief in the Rams organization that by drafting Ty Simpson, by having who they hope will be the answer to who comes after Matthew Stafford, is flexibility. And it allowed them, we don't need to hold on to a 2027 first-round picks in hopes of it turning into a quarterback. We've got our quarterback, and we can use that pick now to make this roster better this year for Matthew Stafford. And that is what they've done. And, you've got the best non-quarterback in the NFL is going to be lining up for the Rams. They went 2 years without Aaron Donald, and then they got the next best thing. It's pretty crazy to watch how this organization operates.
Yeah, and Adam, finally, I know he has flirted with retiring before a couple of years ago, and he's talked about that. But with the run last year and having Stafford for probably 2 more years, do you see an end in sight for Sean McVay, or do you think we could be talking about one of the longest tenured NFL coaches in recent memory when everything is said and done? In other words, I know it's a tough prediction, but do you see McVay here for, I don't know, maybe another decade?
I think it's very possible. The Rams aren't going to let him go anywhere other than if he wanted to walk away. But I don't. He has had an evolution over the last couple of years. He has started to delegate more of his offensive duties. He's still heavily involved in everything they do on offense, but there's a little bit more trust for the staff and allowing them to handle a little bit more. That's allowing him to feel, for the first time in his career, like a head coach instead of just like a glorified offensive coordinator. He is doing more of the head coach stuff in terms of player management, walking around, kind of getting a feel, and just being a leader for every side of the ball instead of just the offense. He's really found a lot of joy. He talked a lot about it after the 2023 season, where he said, these guys kind of helped me find my way after such a disastrous 2022 that made him question whether or not he wanted to walk away. But I think he is in coaching for the long term. I think he has been a part of every decision they've made to be both competitive this year and, looking forward with Ty Simpson. And I think, you potentially could have someone who spends more than half his life with an organization if everything goes right.
Good stuff. Well, I know it's going to be another eventful summer leading into what is going to be an incredible season with title expectations. And Adam, looking forward to reading your stuff about the Rams. We appreciate the time, man. Hope to catch up with you soon.
All right. Thank you very much.
See you, Adam.
There you go, Adam Grossbard, who covers the Rams for the LA Daily News and the Orange County Register. Brad, what do you think about some of the answers that Adam had to mention there with regards to, how about Puka Nacua? Like, this offseason has been awesome, right? For the Rams, they've gotten Myles Garrett now. They also traded for Trent McDuffie from the Chiefs and sent them the 29 overall pick in the draft. They signed Jalen Watson, another corner, to a 3-year, $51 million contract. They retained Cam Curl. They brought back Tyler Higbee. Like, this has been already a tremendous offseason here for the Rams. And now, what do you think when it comes to Puka Nacua? I think he has given them every reason to not pay him this offseason. I don't think that if Puka Nacua didn't get into any kind of offseason trouble, or the headlines that he's made, or having to check himself into rehab, I don't think that means that the Rams don't trade for Myles Garrett. I still think they would have. But like Adam said, there's always bananas in the banana stand. There's always money in the banana stand. I think they probably would have tried to get a contract extension done with him this summer. And now I feel like there's pause. And they're going to say, all right, if you end up having another great season, then the price will go up and we'll have to bite that bullet. But I think there's every reason for the Rams right now to be a little hesitant on Puka Nacua.
Yeah, it's understandable why they have those reservations with some of the off-the-field issues that he has had. And, look, if he stays on the straight and narrow this season and he puts up a monstrous year, maybe he has like a 90, 100-catch year, over 1,500 yards, like 8 to 12 touchdowns. They do win a Super Bowl, and he is a key cog on that offense. They got to back up the truck, man. They got to sign him. Maybe they're, stepping off the gas because they want to give him added motivation this season to be able to perform on the field instead of getting pizzade. They could use a convenient excuse of the issues that he's had, be like, hey, you got to go out and prove you stay clean, stay focused on football, and play to your best ability. And if you do that, you'll be rewarded in the end. Maybe that's kind of the understanding behind the scenes right now, and why there's been no offer and anything signed on the dotted line as a result. But they can't let him walk. If he, follows, everything by the rule book, by the organization's regulations, and thrives this season, they got to just, throw a giant bag at his feet and say, please, Puka, come back and remain here in Los Angeles for years to come because you're indispensable. And I think that's honestly going to be the feeling come year's end, unless, again, that injury amp, always biting, always lurking, snacks on a lower appendage, and that may, change the equation and change the point of view overall. But when Nacua is healthy and on the field, he's indestructible, man, and he can run every single route in the tree. He's the best receiver in the NFL after the catch. So tough to corral. He is going to be a focal point. He's going to be the centerpiece of this organization with Stafford, Ty Simpson. It doesn't matter for years to come.
All right, number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Any thoughts you have on the trade? Do you think it was a steal for either team? Do you think, like me and Brad, both teams get an A for Myles Garrett going to the LA Rams and the Browns getting Jared Verse, a first round, a second round, and a third round pick in return? And then also, running question throughout the show, this trade was the biggest in NFL recent memory since blank. For me, the Matthew Stafford trade and the Jared Goff trade between the Lions and the Rams, that tops this one. And also Deshaun Watson going from the Texans to the Browns tops this. But Brad thinks this is the biggest trade that he has seen in quite some time. We'll take your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. And we'll hit the Cleveland Browns side of things here when we return, because it continues on with our path of our three-point stance here this offseason, as we've now made it to the 6th pick in the NFL draft, which was the Cleveland Browns. So we'll do their season preview and the three-point stance when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Chet Holmgren gave up. And I don't say that to be mean. How can you dispute it? What's the argument against it? Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford, and again, I credited them for their job during the broadcast on Saturday night. They were saying it as the game, they were begging Chet Holmgren to go at Wemby, which doesn't mean he's going to have success. Like, Wemby could have rejected him, right? But at least try. He wasn't even trying. Here are players on Oklahoma City that took more shots than Chet Holmgren in Game 7 of the Western Conference Final. Obviously, SGA is one of them. Isaiah Hartenstein. Lou Dort. Cason Wallace, who was maybe, along with SGA, the main reason why this game was still semi-close in the final couple minutes. Cason Wallace was unbelievable and made himself millions of dollars. With he was great in Game 7. He showed up. Cason Wallace showed up. He took 10 shots. The other Jalen Williams, Jay Will, 9 shots. Caruso, 14. Kenrich Williams, 4. Jared McCain, 12. All took more shots than Chet Holmgren, who took 2. Chet Holmgren, thought to be the second best player on the team that everyone expected to win the title, took 2 more shots on Saturday night in Game 7 than you or I did. Think about that. How is that possible? Wemby mind-effed him. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not difficult to figure out. This is like Occam's razor, right? And I've used this example before, but it's, like a murder scene. It all points to one person. That person probably did it, right? It doesn't have to be like this crazy, theory where, well, maybe it was this or maybe, no, it's like probably just that, what it appears to be. We don't have to dig deeper into this. He was scared of Wemby. Like, Wemby dominated. There's a word that starts with E that I won't use here because it's a derogatory word. Mask is in it. I won't use that word, but like Wemby completely mentally dominated him and mind-effed him. There's no argument against it. And now it's what happens moving forward. What does Chet Holmgren do now? Does he go the way of Ben Simmons? Following Ben Simmons' utter refusal to shoot the basketball in the Sixers' Game 7 loss to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks in 2021? Is that what's going to happen here with Chet Holmgren? I hope not. And I'm not a Thunder fan. It's just like, what a shame that would be. What does he do? Does he get his mind right? Does he put a little more muscle on? Because, you're going to have to keep seeing this guy. This is the boogeyman right now for Chet, is Wemby. And you're going to have to keep seeing, it's like a horror movie for him. And at the end of the movie, there's Michael Myers waiting for you. You know it. How's he going to do next time? I don't know if he's going to win next time. I don't know if he'll ever outperform Wemby. Wemby might go down as the best player ever. But he better try. You bet. No one's expecting Chet Holmgren to thoroughly dominate Victor Wembanyama. But you need to try. You have to do something. And I'm not the man in the arena. I'm a guy doing a radio show. I'm a guy doing a video show. I'm a guy you might be watching on your TV right now. I'm not the man in the arena. But even I know you have to at least try. This was a dynasty steal by San Antonio. I am not.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. Hit it. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. You know, it's actually crazy when you don't hear the lyrics to a song. Maybe I'm just uncultured, but there's a lot of songs that it's like, oh man, what are those words again? They told you something never come around here. I feel like I don't know. Do you know it off the top of your head, Brad?
No, I don't. I gotta sing along or at least attempt to. That's just gibberish. Honestly, it comes out of my mouth anyway. So yeah, I kind of feel you. I'm of the similar sentiment. That's why I'm terrible at karaoke.
Oh, I love karaoke. So it's they told him, "Don't you ever come around here. Don't want to see your face. You better disappear." Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
And then I know the next, the fire's in their eyes, and the words are really clear. Well, our words are mostly clear, and there was definitely fire in our eyes. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got people texting. You could text all your thoughts on the Myles Garrett trade, and if this is the biggest trade in recent NFL memory. And we got people texting Combs, asking him what songs he's playing coming back from break. Hopefully everybody knows that one was Beat It by Michael Jackson. But we do have a caller on the phone here, Brad, that maybe wants to make a hot take comparison. One of the biggest trades of all time. 310-840-4910. Don is next up in Virginia on line one here on BetMGM tonight. Don, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I'm driving, so I couldn't fact-check this. But in my mind, if I remember correctly, the Herschel Walker trade back in the probably late 80s decimated. The Cowboys traded a lot of picks for him, and it didn't work out great. But it worked out pretty well for the team that traded him. And then I think it actually set the Cowboys up for their dynasty with Jimmy Johnson and the 90s team. So that's what I got to add. I'll listen to what you guys got to say.
Yeah, Brad, you were alive for this trade, and I was not. Do you want to maybe handle this first? Because this was, October 12th, 1989, Herschel Walker to the Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah, I mean, I remember that was a colossal trade, to say the least. It predates me a little bit. I mean, I was alive. I wasn't like a giant NFL fan. I think I was a whopping like 10 years old when this trade went down. But yeah, it definitely has some ripple effects and impacts, to say the least, between the Cowboys and the Vikings, as there were a number of players that were moved in this trade. Transaction was expanded to involve the San Diego Chargers as well. It was a total of 18 players and draft picks between the three teams. So that's outrageous to put, to say the least. And of course, Herschel Walker, one of the all-time greats at running back, did propel a lot of those Cowboys teams, the 1990s, as a result of rebuilding that they had. So yeah, I mean, that was a mammoth trade, to say the least. And, if there was an equivalency in terms of just haul in my lifetime, looking at the running back position, I go back to the Ricky Williams trade with Iron Mike Ditka during his head coaching days of New Orleans Saints, and giving up everything and the kitchen sink to acquire Sticky Icky Ricky. And Ricky Williams was a tremendous running back. Had a couple of good years. The Saints really didn't pay the dividend that the Saints had hoped for, and bringing all kinds of championships. I think he was a rock solid back, had a number of rock solid years for the Miami Dolphins. But in terms of equivalency, number of draft picks involved, that's one that is certainly high on the list. But that Walker trade, that's an excellent pull. I wish I knew a little bit more gory detail. But again, I was prepubescent at like 10 years old.
Yeah. I mean, but that our caller Don was right. That's what started the Cowboys dynasty. You mentioned there was 18 players and draft picks between the three teams, the Cowboys, the Vikings, and the Chargers, who got involved mostly for a bunch of draft picks. What I forget, Brad, is that none of the players that the Cowboys got from the Vikings, they didn't keep any of them. They chose to waive, cut, or trade all the players acquired from the Vikings. And then the Vikings offered draft compensation for any player who was not on the Cowboys roster by February 1st. And Jimmy Johnson was like, yeah, screw it. He goes, we'll take all the draft picks you can give us. And then Jimmy Johnson claimed that the team made 51 trades in the following year, with the Vikings picks acting as a key resource throughout those negotiations. So, I mean, we all know, most of us, I would think, by now how that ended up turning out. The Cowboys, yes, they used all those picks and the subsequent drafts to build their dynasty and win the 3 Super Bowls in the 90s. And the Vikings went 6-10 the year after, and then Herschel Walker departed after the 1991 season, and they didn't win a single playoff game with him. So, yeah, lopsided trade. I think in terms of the haul back for Cleveland, not nearly as big. Yeah. Not nearly as big. They do get a first rounder, and then they get a second rounder the year after and a third rounder the year after that. For me, it's Jared Verse is the big piece coming back. It's how his career is going to turn out in Cleveland that ultimately shapes this, how this trade goes. Like for the Rams, they have to win a Super Bowl, right? You have to win a Super Bowl with Myles Garrett. Otherwise, the trade was for nothing. For Cleveland, I think you're hoping that just one of those 3 picks turns into a 5+ year starter, and then that Jared Verse continues to ascend and becomes, I don't know, first team All-Pro, second team All-Pro. I mean, even if he just has like 3 or 4 more Pro Bowl seasons, then I think it was worth it for Cleveland. But it's really what they're going to do with those draft picks that turns out that shapes this trade. And let's not forget, the Rams are paying a steep price just to get Myles Garrett because they got to pay him $40 million. That's 15% of the salary cap going to one player. And we know now that after quarterbacks, defensive ends, pass rushers, along with receivers, are the second most paid position. But it's not just that, oh, well, the Rams only had to give up Jared Verse and 1 first-round draft pick. No, they're now taking on $40 million, whereas they wouldn't have had to pay Jared Verse for another year after that. So I think that's the key thing to consider here.
Just to go back to the details on that Walker trade, this is mind-blowing. So Dallas got Minnesota's first-round pick in 1990, second-round pick in 1990, sixth-round pick in 1990, and Minnesota's first-round pick in 91, second-round pick in 91. Oh, it ain't done there. First-round pick from Minnesota 92, second-round pick in 92 from Minnesota, and a third-round pick in 92, also from the Vikings. Holy mother of the football gods. That is mortgaging your entire future for Herschel Walker.
One player.
That's stunning to me. I didn't realize it was that many trades. So you can understand why the Cowboys then went out and spent those and were able to build the dynasty of the 1990s. Excellent call.
And it's not even like they got a couple of great seasons out of Herschel Walker. It was like immediately a failure. Immediately. He was off the team 2 years later. They didn't win a single playoff game. Oh, man. All right, let's get back to the Cleveland Browns here. We'll see how many playoff games they can win here in the near future as we get to our Browns season preview and our 3-point stance. Any other calls and texts you want to weigh in on, by the way, 310-840-4910. So, Todd Monken, new head coach. Deshaun Watson, presumably going to be quarterback 1. Shedeur Sanders is lurking. They still have Dylan Gabriel. Other offseason acquisitions include Quincy Williams, former All-Pro, steps into the void left by Devin Bush. They upgrade that offensive line. It was basically a complete swap in and swap out of their offensive line from last year, losing several guys that were once All-Pros, but through injuries and things elsewhere like Jack Conklin, they're no longer on the team, or they just straight up retired. And so it's a new offensive line. And then in the draft, they got KC Concepcion. They got Spencer Fano with the 9th overall pick. And then they got Denzel Boston, the big, strong receiver from Washington, with the 39th pick. So 3 picks in the top 40. Now they got Jared Verse and a ton more draft picks for the future here. But Brad, it's still the question around the Cleveland Browns remains: what is going to happen at the quarterback position this year? We had Mary Kay Cabot on the show a couple of weeks ago. It was her story that was a big piece that day, where she said Deshaun Watson has emerged from the first set of voluntary OTAs as QB1. And that was early. That was the beginning of May at the time. We're about to head into mandatory minicamp. It feels like it's nearly a guarantee, in my opinion. Deshaun Watson's going to start the year as the quarterback. So how does this offense, how does he mesh now with Todd Monken's theory and his Todd Monken's offense? And does Deshaun Watson have anything left? You and I have both said repeatedly, no. And so ultimately, I think we're looking at, I don't know, week 7, week 8. It's back to Shedeur Sanders. That's how I think this year is going to play out for Cleveland.
You and I are on the very same wavelength, me, amigo. I agree. I think Watson is done. I mean, you're coming off two just horrific injuries to your Achilles. All the distractions he had off the field, and he's just regressed, period, in terms of his overall production on the field. I understand the cover's been relatively bare with some of the weapons, but there are no more excuses now. I mean, Harold Fannin is a stud at tight end. I think that guy is going to lead this team in targets. He's kind of a jack of all trades. He'd line him up sometimes in the backfield, put him in motion. He'll line up in a traditional tight end set, whether in 12 personnel or elsewhere. They'll put him outside. They'll put him in the slot. I mean, he could do a little bit of everything. He was amazing last season. I think he's going to see upwards of 120 targets in this offense. But, I mentioned I love the overall gameplay of Casey Concepcion, the skill set he possesses. Kid out of Texas A&M can run several routes. He's got a lot of branches on that tree, reliable hands, excellent separation skills with the shimmy and shake he has in the open field. Denzel Boston working outside the numbers, got a chance of maybe 750 or so yards this year. And you still got Jerry Jeudy on roster. Cedric Tillman, we'll see if he is a guy that's going to carve out a sizable role. And they got a strong ground game. Like Quinshon Judkins coming off the horrific injury that he had last season. A lot of people are downplaying how successful he could potentially be. But Pat, he was top 20 last season when he was on the field in yards after contact per attempt. He was also top 20 in the NFL in total missed tackles forced. Those are two advanced analytic pieces of data, which are very foretelling as to potential success of a guy on a per-touch basis at the NFL level. Now, there are question marks about the offensive line. This team, though, should take a step in the right direction. I'm just in agreement with you. I don't think the majority of the season this offense is going to be commanded by Deshaun Watson. I would say at the latest, like you said, week 7, maybe week 8, they're going to turn the keys over to Shedeur Sanders and evaluate him and give him a large chunk of the season under Todd Monken to see what he can do in this overall system with the upgraded weaponry that they have. But yeah, a lot of question marks in Cleveland. Still, I think this is a team that should make some positive strides, though I don't feel they're going to be a playoff franchise this year.
We're living in it now in the moment, Brad, and it feels like one of the worst trades in NFL history already. But, to just tying together what our previous caller brought up, the Herschel Walker trade, that was 37 years ago, and that's largely viewed as the worst trade in NFL history. Do you think in another 20 years from now, if you and I are right and Deshaun Watson is on the bench and his Browns tenure is essentially done by week 8, they traded 3 first-round picks in 2022, along with a 3rd-round pick and 2 4th-round picks to the Texans, and then gave them that fully guaranteed $230 million contract.
Yeah.
Does the Deshaun Watson trade get lumped in with the Herschel Walker trade in another 20 years from now? Because I think it does.
I think it's definitely in the running in the conversation. I mean, that Walker trade now, look at all the gory details that are a part of it. I mean, that's a deep panting. That is just downright finger-pointing embarrassing, to say the least. Everybody's, laughing hysterically, maniacally at the person who's got, their pants draped around their ankles. And that's kind of how you have to feel about the Watson trade in the grand scheme of things. At a minimum, Pat, top 5 worst trades all time in NFL history. I don't think it's going to usurp, what went down with Walker and the Minnesota Vikings, to a lesser extent San Diego, and of course Dallas in that deal back in the late 80s. But it's going to be a black eye, to say the least, for years and years and decades to come for this organization, which consistently takes uppercuts to the chin.
Yeah, I mean, if only C.J. Stroud knew how to play football in the postseason, and then maybe the Texans would already have a Super Bowl by now because their defense is good enough to win them a Super Bowl. That's for damn sure. And I say that as somebody that knows, yes, C.J. Stroud and the Texans have made the playoffs 3 straight years, and he's won 3 playoff games in 3 straight years. So I don't want to forget that. But, again, to then win a Super Bowl like the Cowboys, who won 3 of them, that's a whole different story. So I agree with you. All right, let's get to our 3-point stance here. Top fantasy football value on the Browns this year, favorite player or team prop, and then over or under their win total for this year, which is 5.5 wins with our friends at BetMGM. So, Brad, who on the Browns gives you the best fantasy football value with a lot of drafts just around the corner here in a couple months?
Yeah, a guy I'm going to have a stash on a lot of benches this season, regardless of how I feel about the quarterback situation. Casey Concepcion, wide receiver 56, 140.70 is the average draft position right now. You're getting him for absolutely nothing. And you're going to plug and play him in your lineup probably at least a handful of times this season. He's going to be Yak Beast. His change of direction really stood out among the wide receivers this season. Is going to win a lot of contested catch situations. Phenomenal against man during his days at Texas A&M. 6 feet tall, nearly 200 pounds, and a guy that I think is going to go for around 750, 800 yards, handful of touchdowns. He's got the 3rd easiest fantasy strength of schedule for a wide receiver. Give me Casey Concepcion. Again, wide receiver 56. That's the price tag. That's cheap, my friend. Cheap.
Yeah, I'm going with Quinshon Judkins, who had a great rookie season last year before that gruesome leg injury. But as of a week and a half ago, he was taking 11 on 11 reps. Feels like he's going to be ready to start the season. Had 1,000 yards from scrimmage last year and 7 touchdowns in 14 games. So running back number 22 for an average draft position of 52. So if you're in a 12-team league, that's round number 5. If you're in a 10-team league, that's the 6th round. And I think if not for that end of the season injury, Quinshon Judkins is probably a 3rd-round running back at worst. So I think you do get some value in saying, okay, if the kid is healthy, he's going to be good. And yes, just like you, Brad, I think the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation stinks this year. But they do have Casey Concepcion. They do have Denzel Boston. They have Harold Fannin. They've got some decent targets, which should at least make that run game not as predictable. You actually have to respect the pass even a little bit more than last year. And I think that sets up Quinshon Judkins for a big year. I think he's a stud. I think he's a 3-down running back for them. I don't think Dylan Sampson and Raheem Sanders are going to take away a ton of reps from him. So in year 2, I think Quinshon Judkins can have a massive impact, which he started to do in the middle of last year. All right, favorite player or team prop for the entire season, Brad, what would that be?
Echoing your sentiment, give me the over on Quinshon Judkins, 125.5 rush yards at a -110 juice. You look at Quinshon, projected to have the 12th easiest fantasy strength of schedule for a running back. Mike Clay's got him projected for 1,240 yards on the ground this season. That's assuming he plays a 17-game slate. He was number 7 in total yak yards after contact last season. I already mentioned the outstanding missed tackle rate as well. That was top 20 in the league, number 23 in yards created per touch. Saw around 67% of the opportunity share, probably going to be greater than 70%. I think the defense is still going to be top 10, even without Myles Garrett and Jared Verse now in the mix. So they're going to stay ultra competitive as a result. Downside is that offensive line. It could be a bottom half unit, but give me Quinshon. 925.5 is too low. I think he's going to crack 1,000 with ease, maybe even just like 14 games.
Yeah, I really like that. Really quickly, I love Harold Fannin. As Costos always loves to say, Fannin, the intro to one of the many, many rap songs. So, great rookie tight end season. I think he's going to go over 675.5 receiving yards. And then last but not least, over or under. I didn't realize, Brad, when I initially did this, I was initially thinking the over, but our friends at BetMGM, they've got the Browns win total at 5.5 wins. Heavy juice, -165. I'm sorry, I'm not laying any kind of juice on the Browns to go over their win total. So I think they probably win 6, but you're telling me under 5.5 wins is +140. I would take the under on that one. Again, I think the defense is still going to be very good despite Myles Garrett being traded away. Jared Verse is very good. And I think the offense will take a slight step forward. So probably 5 or 6 wins, but I'm not drinking juice to play the over on the Browns win total. No thanks.
Yeah, am I going to bet the over on this at -165? Hells to the no, I'm not. Are they going to get to a half dozen? I feel it's exactly what they get to. Give me 6 wins, a 6-pack of terrible beer on the Browns.
All right, we got to take a short break. When we come back, by popular demand, people on social media are begging for it. We're going to go streaking when we return here on this Monday night Major League Baseball. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This was a dynasty steal by San Antonio. I am not saying that's what's going to happen. The Knicks can win, of course. But, be honest. Is it that crazy to think that the Spurs will win this year and could win again next year? Is that crazy? No, right? Let's talk about some dynasty steals in recent memory. In 1996, my New York Yankees played the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. A year after, the Atlanta Braves finally got over the hump and won the World Series with the late, great Bobby Cox, beating the then Cleveland Indians in 6, Tom Glavine World Series MVP. I still have a VHS. I used to tape the ends of all the World Series just to have them on tape because I'm a sports nerd. I have it my mom has it somewhere in her house. Anyway, the Braves win in 95. They get back to the World Series in 96. Andrew Jones, who's like 13 at the time, like Danny Almonte, I'm only exaggerating by a little bit, is hitting 700-foot moonshots off the Yankees. They're up 2-0 going back to Atlanta for the middle 3 games of the series. Feels like the Braves are going to go back-to-back, and this could be a dynasty for Maddox, for Glavine, for Smoltz and company. And the Yankees win 4 straight. Now, the Yankees would lose in 97 to the Indians, but then win in 98, win in 99, win in 2000, and in 99 would beat the Braves again. Dynasty steal. How about, and it's not quite a dynasty steal because this team only won twice, but how about Super Bowl 32? Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers in 96 beat Drew Bledsoe, Bill Parcells, and the Patriots in the Super Bowl. The next year, they're back, and they're big favorites against John Elway in Denver in that Super Bowl. That is the Whirlybird game, the helicopter John Elway game, the Terrell Davis migraine game. Broncos win the Super Bowl. And in 98, they go back-to-back and crush the Falcons. And it should have been the Vikings. And that's a story for another time. Shout out to Morton Anderson, who made his kicks, and Gary Anderson, who missed his. Sorry to all the Minnesota fans out there. Not quite a dynasty steal because they won 2, but you understand where I'm going with this, right? How about an even more recent example? Super Bowl 49. The Seattle Seahawks slam Peyton Manning and the Broncos in Super Bowl 48 in my neck of the woods at MetLife Stadium. Next year, the Packers yak it away in the NFC title game in Seattle, and the Seahawks go back to the big game. And they're on the doorstep, the literal doorstep of history, back-to-back. Denied by Malcolm Butler, Tom Brady, and the Patriots, who then would go on, the Broncos would win 50, but the Patriots would win 51 and then win 53. When the Seahawks would have gone back-to-back. And who knows what happens from there if the locker room doesn't get fractured as a result of the Russell Wilson pick and the Darrell Bevel and Pete Carroll play call, and Marshawn Lynch isn't furious, and Richard Sherman's not furious, and the defense isn't furious that the offense cost them back-to-back championships. Who knows what happens? Dynasty steal. As Steely Dan once said, are you reeling in the years? As the years go on, who's to say? I'm not guaranteeing this will be the case, but it's possible, right? That the Spurs took a dynasty from Oklahoma City and made it their own. I don't think it's dramatic at all to say that.
I think there's value on Cam Boozer. I think there's a lot of value.
Let's go first.
Yeah, because he's like this long shot, and a lot of the draft analysis is leaning a lot, like the late draft analysis is leaning towards him. Darren Peterson is the scout's favorite, and he might just push back up to number 1. But I do think that Cam Boozer, especially if the Wizards decide that they're going to trade Anthony Davis, because Davis has been like, yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't think this team is good enough. And they're like, we'll see. And acting like he's too good for the Wizards. Well, okay, fine. Get him out of here. We don't need that kind of nonsense. Then you just draft Cam Boozer. You put him next to Alex Sarr, and that works. Or the Jazz, whose father, Carlos Boozer, works for them, move up and get Cam Boozer. I think that's possible. If another team comes through and trades with the Wizards, I think it's possible they take Cam Boozer. I just think, to me, Cam Boozer is the best of those 3 prospects. To me, Cam Boozer has the best value as far as from a betting angle. I do not think the gap between AJ DeBonsa and Cam Boozer is so wide that there's not value on Cam Boozer.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season. Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All right, folks on social media begging that we do it. So here we go. We got a couple of games to choose from on this Monday night. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All righty, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter to correctly get a hit. We got 3 games that haven't started yet, one that just started. I'll kick us off here. I've got 2 in a row, looking to make it 3 in a row. I'm our longest active streaker. Give me Freddie Freeman on the Dodgers tonight. They're in the desert playing the Diamondbacks, and you got Eddie Rodriguez on the mound. Lefty versus lefty, I do not care. Freddie Freeman, 10 for 17 lifetime against Eduardo Rodriguez. So I'm going with the man with the gigantic teeth. Give me Freddie Freeman, who's hitting pretty darn well against lefties this year. 250 versus 280 against righties, so not that big of a split disparity. Give me Freddie Freeman, who has the head-to-head owning of Eddie Rodriguez. Brad, who you rocking with?
I'm hoping for a heavenly return. I'm going to go with an Angel and Oswaldo Peraza to get a hit against Kyle Freeland of the Colorado Pebbles. Freeland, 8+ roadie array this season, 43.1% hard hit rate. Peraza has a hit in 9 of his last 11 and batting .297 against southpaw pitchers. Give me him.
All righty, we go to Combs, producer Brandon Combs. Combs, who you going with tonight?
Give me the legend, Troy Johnston of the Colorado Rockies. Is a household name. Everybody knows this man. Troy Johnston, the lefty, going up against Jose Soriano. Johnston has 5 hits in his last 5 games. Let's do it.
All right, there you go. And finally, to our VP, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. He's got an active streak of 1, looking to make it 2. Monty, who is the lucky guy tonight?
Staying in the same game, give me Mike Trout against Kyle Freeland. I definitely think he is the guy to attack tonight. He's getting lit up by everyone, and it's not just at Coors. Got an ERA over 8, 47% hard contact, 12% barrel rate on the road this season. Plus matchup for Trout. I got all 3 key stats. I like increasing by at least 15%. Not the best trends, but 63% of the time he's getting a hit with an elite rate. And Freeland is giving up hits to 69% of elite rated hitters he's facing. So really like Trout tonight.
There you go. Freddie Freeman, Oswaldo Peraza, Troy Johnston, and Mike Trout. Brad, you parlay those 4 guys together. What does that get you on BetMGM?
A cool plus 356. As always, fade or follow. That is up to you.
We'll be right back. BetMGM Tonight.
Victor Wembanyama is overcome with emotion. And if you'll recall, a little earlier in the season, it was this calendar year, the Spurs had a huge second-half comeback against the LA Clippers. And Wemby was crying on the court after the game. I'm not saying he's bawling like he's hysterical, but like he's shedding tears. He did the same thing on Saturday night. He's overwhelmed with emotion. He's overcome by the moment. And you can tell how much this all means to him. He says in the post-game press conference, he doesn't say, and this is all, everything, like nothing is accidental here. When he says, he doesn't say winning the NBA championship is a childhood dream. He says winning the Larry O'Brien trophy is a childhood dream. We are big sports fans, right? This is exactly what we all want from our stars. Is this. This is what we want. If you're a lifelong diehard fan of the San, and I understand the Spurs have I've had a great run, right? With Duncan, etc. But you're a diehard fan of the San Antonio Spurs, and you hear your young franchise player say that, you're in ecstasy. This is exactly what you want from a young star. Someone who is invested in the history of the league, who's aware of his potential standing in things as it moves forward, and wants to win so badly that he sheds tears on the court after a big win. Now, I don't say that to diminish someone else, another athlete's desire. It's not just, it doesn't mean it's one-to-one. Like you have to shed tears in order to really care. I'm not insinuating that at all. But this is someone who indisputably gives a you-know-what. It means something to him. Winning MVP means something to him. He's a creative player. And more than that, he's someone created in a laboratory for real-life success. Every single box checked. There's only one left. NBA champion. That the Vegas Golden Knights destroyed the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche, a team that many, including me, thought would easily skate to a Stanley Cup championship. A team with Stanley Cup pedigree, having won the Cup a couple years ago. And it's a fascinating juxtaposition. A 39-win regular season team against the team that just went 12-1 in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Carolina is the betting favorite at BetMGM at minus 145. The Vegas Golden Knights at plus 120. I think this series is a coin flip. You could talk me into any outcome, and I wouldn't be shocked. So if that's true, and any outcomes possible, Knights in 7, Canes in 7, Knights in 5, Canes in 5, sweep, I wouldn't be shocked if anything happened in this series. And if that's true, then I want to lean into variance if I'm going to bet, and I'm going to pick the series. I have bet the Vegas Golden Knights to win the series, and they are my pick, obviously, to win Lord Stanley's Cup.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talking text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show to 310-840-4910. And if you do send us in a text, just put your name and where you're from. So obviously we can feature you on the show. We'll get back to your phone calls here in just a bit. But for those of you that missed the beginning of the program, blockbuster trade today. Myles Garrett gets traded from the Cleveland Browns to the Los Angeles Rams. And in return, Cleveland gets the young Pro Bowl pass rusher Jared Verse, a first-round pick in next year's draft, a second-round pick in 2 years from now, and a third-round pick in 3 years from now. And so Brad and I both think that both teams deserve an A for the way that they handled this trade. Cleveland gets a young Pro Bowl pass rusher that they don't have to give a contract extension out until next year. They get a first-round pick. They get a couple other picks. And the Rams obviously get the best defensive player in all of football, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. They do have to pay him 3 more years at $40 million a year, but the Rams, once again, F them picks. They're going all in. And we're going to get to the A.J. Brown trade that was also made official earlier today. But, Brad, we're asking for the listeners, for you, if you want to join the show, what do you think of the trade? And is this the biggest NFL trade in recent memory? We've brought up trades like the Jared Goff for Matthew Stafford, where the Rams, once again, went all in to win a Super Bowl and did. Deshaun Watson going to the Browns. Tyreek Hill going to the Dolphins. Devontae Adams going to the Raiders from the Packers. There's been some other big trades as well in the last 10 years. So for you, is this the biggest trade in recent memory? We'll take your phone calls at 310-840-4910. But, Brad, something else I want to throw into the mix here. If the Rams win the Super Bowl this year, which you think they will, and assuming that Myles Garrett is healthy and plays a big part, does he become one of the best defensive players of all time? And does he surpass Aaron Donald? Does Myles Garrett surpass Aaron Donald and basically solidify a Hall of Fame career and maybe one of the greatest defensive players of all time if he leads him to a Super Bowl this year?
Yeah, I think that's very much in the conversation. There's no question about it. I mean, the one thing has been elusive for Garrett. I mean, he's got all the accolades in the world, the sack titles, the sack record, the 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, he's got those trophies in the case. So that reputation is already solidified. But the key for you, if you want to elevate and be like immortal in the sport at whatever position you play, is you got to have rings. You got to have titles. And that's the one thing that he doesn't possess. So for Myles Garrett, if he gets that Lombardi trophy and is a Super Bowl champ, I think immediately he ascends to number 1 all time in terms of greatest defensive players ever wear a uniform in the NFL. He is in that discussion with an NFL Super Bowl title. So that's what is really going to drive and motivate him. And this is, probably going to be the best situation of his entire career. You could maybe argue maybe it's next season, and we don't know what impacts injuries are going to have over the course of the year, if any, at all. But if Garrett can secure that Super Bowl trophy, yes, I would put him at number 1, at least this century, and definitely would be ahead of Aaron Donald as most impactful and dominant and best defensive players in recent NFL history.
I honestly, I don't know if he can touch Aaron Donald unless he wins 2 more Super Bowls. I think he'd have to win 2. Yeah. I think the more that time goes on, the more we're going to look at Aaron Donald as one of the greatest defensive players of all time. I mean, if we don't already, at least that's how I view it. And I mean, he made the 2010s Hall of Fame team. Let me just for anybody that forgot already, in the couple of years he's been retired, Aaron Donald was first team All-Pro every single year but 2. Now, he only played 10 years, right? A bit of a short career. Remember, it was kind of stunning when he retired at the age of 32. The guy is only 35, 36 years old right now. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year, and I don't think he was first team All-Pro that year in his rookie year. But then he was first team All-Pro 7 straight years running from 2015 to 2021. And he was first team All-Pro in his final year in 2023. Then he only finished outside of the top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year twice. Once. It was in 2022 when he got injured and only played 11 games. And that was the only year he didn't make first team All-Pro outside of his rookie year. He was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. And when they won the Super Bowl, Aaron Donald delivered. Not only did he have a great playoffs where he had 3.5 sacks in 4 games and had 9 quarterback hits, he had 2 sacks in the Super Bowl. So he showed out on the biggest stage. Now, to this point, Myles Garrett, and you want to look at the numbers too, and again, he played on the inside, so slightly different than Myles Garrett, who's your typical outside pass rusher. Aaron Donald, despite getting double-teamed every single game, multiple snaps, basically played defensive tackle and had 111 sacks in 154 games. That is incredible. Now, Myles Garrett so far, he's played 134 games. He already has 125.5 sacks. So nearly a sack per game in his career. And coming off one of the best defensive seasons we've ever seen, 23 sacks, breaking the record. He's a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, and he's been a first-team All-Pro 5 of the last 6 years. I mean, for him to surpass Aaron Donald, if he only wins once, and he's got to win the one. You and I think both in agreement, has to win a Super Bowl with the Rams. Unless he puts up another 20-sack season, and then in the playoffs, in a 4-game span, has 4 or 5 sacks and has a big game in the Super Bowl, I still don't think he'd be even on the same page as Aaron Donald. I just think Aaron Donald's greatness is something that might never be touched, considering he played on the inside and still wrecked games every single Sunday. But Myles Garrett, can definitely start to get in that conversation if the Rams win a Super Bowl in the time that he's there and he balls out, in the playoffs to help him win. Otherwise, I don't know if he'll ever touch Aaron Donald. If he doesn't touch Aaron Donald, he's not going to be the greatest defensive player of this century.
Again, I just feel all he's got to do is get one of those trophies, and he's going to be able to pull up a chair and have a seat at that table. I think there is a legitimate argument and a conversation to be had on truly who's the most dominant. I think the biggest key that you make and one of the stronger legs for you to stand on in terms of the argument when it comes to Donald is just the fact that he was double teamed. And that's how dominant he truly was. And the other thing I think is overlooked is he was a premier run stopper. But so is Myles Garrett. I already mentioned some of the stats from last season with Garrett. He was number 2 in total run stops with 17 among all defensive players. So both are just ultra elite across the board, whether it's collapsing pockets and wrapping up signal callers, whether it's making tackles in the open field for loss, getting behind the line of scrimmage, or stuffing running backs and thwarting the ground game. And both those guys, just sheer dominance across the board. But again, you make a strong argument. And Garrett is not in that conversation as of yet. Get a trophy in the case, and you certainly are, because you have been truly dominant and ultra elite, for the last several years running.
Yeah, number to join the show, 310-840-4910. If the Rams win a Super Bowl this year, where do you stand on Myles Garrett being one of the greatest defensive players of all time? Does he pass Aaron Donald? Get to your phone calls in a bit, but Brad, let's pivot, because we've talked about it multiple times. We got the reporting over the last several months here, the speculation. Well, it became official today, and nothing was done until you made it official. And on June 1st, we didn't have to wait long. A.J. Brown is now officially gone from Philadelphia. He is the newest wide receiver one of the New England Patriots. And what did Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles get back? A 2028 first-round draft pick, so 2 years from now. And they get a fifth-round pick next year, which is the better of New England's 2 current fifth-round picks. So, is this a good trade for the Patriots, giving up a first-rounder for A.J. Brown? And you look at his contract here. He signed a 3-year, $96 million deal a couple of years ago. And so A.J. Brown is a $7 million cap hit this season, if I have that correct. Maybe Spot Rack is not factoring in the trade and what Philly was paying and all that. But either way, it was the 3-year, $96 million contract just a couple of years ago. So they give up a first rounder. And after the year that A.J. Brown had, which, again, everybody in that Eagles offense had a down year, he still had 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. And A.J. Brown is only 28 years old. He's going to be 29 by the time the season starts. So now that it's official, what do we think here? Because I still don't agree with the fact that the Eagles traded him away. I think there was reconciling to be had. I think you just don't trade away that kind of talent. And the fact that they only got a first round in 2 years from now and a fifth rounder, I don't think this was a good move from Philadelphia, but I've been saying that for weeks. I never thought they should have traded A.J. Brown. The Patriots needed one. I said when they made their offseason acquisitions a couple of months ago, most notably getting Romeo Doubs to add to this receiver core, I said, if this is all the Patriots are doing, this is not enough. Now that you add A.J. Brown to the mix, now the Patriots feel like they're closer and closer to being not a lock, but a really damn good bet to make the playoffs again here, not have that Super Bowl appearance hangover. But again, I still think the Eagles never should have traded A.J. Brown, but, I'm not in that locker room in Philly. I know the drama and the distractions he brought to the team. I still think they were better with him than without him. And they got to wait 2 years before they can even cash in on that draft pick. So I don't like how Philly has handled this offseason.
Yeah, it's not the greatest in terms of media gain, to say the least, for that organization. But they were tired of him, man. Tired of his bleep. And they want to, kick him to the curb and get him out of town and get the most draft capital they could possibly receive in return. So I don't blame Philadelphia for making this move. Now, was it the shrewdest move? Was it the best payday? No, it absolutely wasn't. But they wanted him out of the locker room. Maybe they felt he was cancerous in some way. And now it's going to be more of a lively, jumpy, happier locker room as a result. Wins, losses, they're going to, fight through it. And you're not going to get dragged through the mud that A.J. Brown had created. Now, I will say this. A.J. Brown in Foxborough is a massive, massive win for New England Patriots. Romeo Doubs is a fine receiver, fine red zone threat, can make the occasional big play outside the numbers as well. We've seen it during his tenure with the Green Bay Packers, but he's not a WR1. A.J. Brown is a legitimate WR1. Mike Clay at ESPN updated his projected numbers today for Brown in light of his official acquisition for the New England Patriots. And he's got him forecasted for 130 targets, 86 receptions, 1,216 receiving yards, and 7 touchdowns. If he delivers on that kind of line, it's going to be gangbuster business for Vrabel and company there in New England. He's got projected as a wide receiver 11 for fantasy purposes. I know Brown has the 5th hardest strength of schedule for a fantasy wide receiver, but you got to remember last season, his quarterback passer rating when targeted was only 98.3. That is suboptimal. That is subpar. That's inexcusable because Jalen Hurts really regressed as a passer. He was missing his targets consistently and frequently. And now you're going to go from that guy with the errant throws to Drake May, who was top 5 in adjusted completion percentage last year. I think it is going to be a ballyhooed season for A.J. Brown
as a member of the New England Patriots. I think he'd actually best these numbers. It could be like 90, 95 catches. It could be north of 1,300 yards. He could flirt with double-digit touchdowns. Remember, he's one of the best stretch wideouts down the field. He's number 13 in air yards, can make those big plays outside the numbers. Decent in yak yards after the catch at number 27. Number 18 in yards per route run. That's very suitable there. The separation per target was lackluster last year, number 78. But again, I think this is a guy that has got a new lease on life. He's got a more accurate quarterback, and the gloves are off. And, man, he is going to be bare-knuckle brawling with all the DBs in the league. Career year on the immediate horizon, in my mind, for A.J. Brown here in 2026.
Number to join the show, your thoughts on the A.J. Brown trade, 310-840-4910. And here's the thing, I don't know, man. Is it just a given that just because A.J. Brown's going back to his old pal Mike Vrabel, remember he started his career in Tennessee, Vrabel was the coach of the Titans, just because Mike Vrabel's coach in Tennessee or in New England now, are we just assuming that A.J. Brown's not going to bring that same kind of drama that was in Philadelphia to New England? I guess we'll get our answer, after all, whether it really was A.J. Brown or whether it was somebody else in Philadelphia or whether it was a conglomerate of things. But again, this is a guy that was going on, he's streaming on Twitch and he's kind of saying, wow, look, he's playing Madden, he's playing with himself, and he's like, oh wow, look at me. Actually, this is what happens when I get thrown the ball, and going on and requested a trade a couple of different times. And he made the Instagram post just a few days after they win the Super Bowl. And he's like, yeah, well, I didn't dominate, so it doesn't really mean anything to me. Because think about this. Stephon Diggs last year got 102 targets. He was routinely getting 140, 150 when he was at his peak in Buffalo. A.J. Brown last year got 121 targets. He got more targets than Stephon Diggs. This is a balanced offense in New England. If A.J. Brown isn't getting 140, 150 targets, how long before he starts complaining again? So that's a headache New England's got to make sure that they've got under control. Mike Vrabel, players coach, he better make sure that the first game that the Patriots have to lean on a run game or that A.J. Brown's getting double teamed, so they're throwing to other people, that if there's some talking on the sideline, that it doesn't become a problem, because for one of many reasons, it did become a problem last year in Philadelphia. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, and that's a very fair perspective, to say the least. I just think, even if he got 130 targets, that could be fair. That could be acceptable in A.J. Brown's mind. And if they're winning games, and he's a guy out there, going out there getting, 3-4 catches in a game, I think he's going to be a mighty fine and happy camper. Hopefully he will, learn from his, prior miscues that he has made mentally at some of the prior stops and kind of grow up a bit. So it's another opportunity for him in a new organization, one with high expectations. You've got a franchise quarterback there who is a stud, who's ultra accurate, who's got a big arm, who can really thread some needles and deliver the ball cleanly and crisply into A.J. Brown's hands. So as long as he's catching 3-4 passes a game, or, of course, anything more than that, that frown is going to turn upside down. I think A.J. Brown is not going to be creating a lot of this drama. He's not going to be saying things going to rock the boat to the media or on Twitch or anywhere else. He's just go out there and make plays, collect a check, not say a damn thing, and New England's going to win a lot of football games in the process.
Yeah, but, does he even care if he's winning football games? He was pretty happy in Tennessee when he was getting 150, 160 targets a year. It didn't matter how many damn games they were winning as long as he was getting the rock. So it's looking like he might have to make that sacrifice again this year. And if his old coach, Mike Vrabel, hopefully can keep that ship steady this season in Foxborough. And then the other question is I don't think it's addition by subtraction for the Eagles. So I'm having a tough time believing that this Eagles offense is going to be better this year. Then again, I was the one saying Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator last year, who didn't have a damn clue what he was doing, first-time play caller, was the main reason why the Eagles offense was bad. But then they bring in another first-time play caller in Sean Mannion, a guy that's only been retired for a couple of seasons. So now that Smitty is number one, Devontae Smith, they drafted Mekhi Lemon. They've added Dontavion Wicks. They've added Hollywood Brown. They still have Dallas Goedert, and they still have Saquon, and, of course, Jalen Hurts. We'll see what the offensive line looks like because it's basically the same one it's been for the last couple of years, and they won it behind that offensive line the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and the offense was largely mediocre because of the offensive line. Is the Eagles offense going to be better without A.J. Brown just because there's going to be less distractions? I got a tough time believing in that, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think obviously the biggest winner for the Philadelphia Eagles is Devontae Smith. And I actually proposed this, and Zach asked me this question during one of the breaks. Our crew right here on BetMGM tonight, who's going to have the better statistical season for you fantasy football fans that are out there? Is it going to be A.J. Brown or the Slim Reaper, Devontae Smith? I actually have A.J. Brown at wide receiver 10 in my fantasy rankings. I have Devontae Smith at wide receiver 11. That's how close it is. Smith's got to see probably a surge in targets, though I still feel, even though he got a new coordinator there, it's going to be mainly a heavy run offense, and maybe more like 52-48 run to pass compared to like 55-45 that we've seen previously. But how is Smith going to respond to being the WR1 in this offense? It just boils down to quarterback play. Who's more accurate, Drake May or Jalen Hurts? It's Drake May by a mile, like a long, long mile. And as a result, I will take A.J. Brown over Devontae Smith. So I'm going to ask you what I propose at Noisy Huevos on X or Twitter with my poll density poll question of the day. Who do you feel is going to have the better fantasy football season? In other words, assuming a 17-game season, who is going to have the better stat line? Pat, A.J. Brown, New England, or Devontae Smith with Philadelphia? Who do you got?
Well, I'll take Devontae Smith. I will. I'll take Devontae Smith. Yeah, because I still believe Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback in football, and that feels like that is one of the hottest debates that you could have. I've seen the guy ball out in 2 freaking Super Bowls. I've seen him outplay Patrick Mahomes in both Super Bowls. One he lost and one he won. So I know last year, again, it was a conglomerate of issues for that Eagles offense last year. Yes, Jalen Hurts was bad in some games. Yes, Saquon Barkley didn't feel like he had that same explosiveness. Yes, the offensive line struggled. And yes, the play calling was god-awful. I think if Sean Mannion can step in and prove to be a decent offense coordinator, Jalen Hurts is going to have a huge year. And by product of that, Devontae Smith will have a huge year. Let's squeeze in a quick caller here. 310-840-4910. Again, talking about the Myles Garrett trade today. One of the biggest trades in recent NFL memory. Let's get to Mike, who's in South Carolina, next up on line 1 here on BetMGM tonight. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on? I listen to Westwood one every night, man.
We appreciate that, brother.
Awesome.
Well, the player that I was thinking about was Joe Montana from the 49ers to Kansas City.
Yeah, you're talking about the trade?
Yeah.
Yeah,
where
I mean,
Myles Garrett went from Cleveland. Yeah, you probably wasn't even born then. This was in 93.
Yeah, that was right before I was born. I appreciate the call, Mike. Good stuff. That's good memory there, bringing up that trade. So again, just revisiting that one, the Chiefs get Joe Montana, safety David Whitmore, and a 3rd-round pick in 1994. And the Niners get the Chiefs' 1st-round pick in 1993, which was the number 18 overall pick. And if I'm not mistaken, after that trade, Joe Montana, once he went to the Chiefs, Brad, I don't believe he really did anything. Well, I know they won games. He was a Pro Bowler, but obviously once he injured his elbow, missed that 91 season, Joe Montana was never really the same quarterback again. So I don't know if like Myles Garrett's still basically in the prime of his career. Not basically, he is. He literally just broke the NFL sack record last year. So it's good recall. And I guess at the time, just because of Joe Montana, what he had done with San Francisco probably was a massive trade. But I mean, that was a guy in the tail end of his career.
Yeah, I mean, he was certainly, I think it was like 37 years old, and he was dealing with some elbow issues at that point in juncture in his career. So he wasn't quite a shell of his former self, but he was definitely, a level below the elite play that he had with the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, the Chiefs did win a division title in their first AFC Championship game appearance that they had in a number of decades with Montana at the helm. So it was successful for a season, but in general, a lot of people have already forgotten the impact that Joe Montana had in Kansas City. So yeah, it was definitely a step down in his career at that point, just due to his elbow being out of shape.
Yeah, it's good. Good point there, though, by Mike. All right, we'll take a quick break here. 310-840-4910. We've got other callers that want to weigh in on the Myles Garrett versus Aaron Donald debate, and if Myles Garrett could surpass Aaron Donald if the Rams win a Super Bowl this year. So we'll get back to your phone calls when we return, and we'll also talk some baseball because it was a hell of a weekend in the Major League circuit.
Yeah.
So get you some score updates and get you caught up on the weekend that was when we return as well. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Chet Holmgren gave up. And I don't say that to be mean. How can you dispute it? What's the argument against it? Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford, and again, I credited them for their job during the broadcast on Saturday night. They were saying it as the game, they were begging Chet Holmgren to go at Wemby. Which doesn't mean he's going to have success. Like, Wemby could have rejected him, right? But at least try. He wasn't even trying. Here are players on Oklahoma City that took more shots than Chet Holmgren in Game 7 of the Western Conference Final. Obviously, SGA is one of them. Isaiah Hartenstein. Lou Dort, Cason Wallace, who was maybe along with SGA the main reason why this game was still semi-close in the final couple minutes. Cason Wallace was unbelievable and made himself millions of dollars. He was great in Game 7. He showed up. Cason Wallace showed up. He took 10 shots. The other Jalen Williams, Jay Will, 9 shots. Caruso, 14. Kenrich Williams, 4. Jared McCain, 12. All took more shots than Chet Holmgren, who took 2. Chet Holmgren, thought to be the second best player on the team that everyone expected to win the title, took 2 more shots on Saturday night in Game 7 than you or I did. Think about that. How is that possible? Wemby mind-effed him. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not difficult to figure out. This is like Occam's razor, right? And I've used this example before, but it's, like a murder scene. It all points to one person. That person probably did it, right? It doesn't have to be like this crazy, theory where, well, maybe it was this or maybe, no, it's like probably just that, what it appears to be. We don't have to dig deeper into this. He was scared of Wemby. Like, Wemby dominated. There's a word that starts with E that I won't use here because it's a derogatory word. Mask is in it. I won't use that word. But like Wemby completely mentally dominated him and mind-effed him. There's no argument against it. And now it's what happens moving forward. What does Chet Holmgren do now? Does he go the way of Ben Simmons? Following Ben Simmons' utter refusal to shoot the basketball in the Sixers' Game 7 loss to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks in 2021? Is that what's going to happen here with Chet Holmgren? I hope not. And I'm not a Thunder fan. It's just like, what a shame that would be. What does he do? Does he get his mind right? Does he put a little more muscle on? Because, you're going to have to keep seeing this guy. This is the boogeyman right now for Chet. Is Wemby. And you're going to have to keep seeing, it's like a horror movie for him. And at the end of the movie, like, there's Michael Myers waiting for you. Like, you know it. How's he going to do next time? I don't know if he's going to win next time. I don't know if he'll ever outperform Wemby. Wemby might go down as the best player ever. But he better try. You bet. Like, no one's expecting Chet Holmgren to thoroughly dominate Victor Wembanyama. But you need to try. You have to do something. And I'm not the man in the arena. I'm a guy doing a radio show. I'm a guy doing a video show. I'm a guy you might be watching on your TV right now. I'm not the man in the arena. But even I know you have to at least try.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an any sport parlay boost token. To use the parlay boost token, add a parlay wager made up entirely of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, before we talk some baseball here, we asked you earlier this hour if Myles Garrett, who's now on the LA Rams, big jaw-dropping blockbuster trade today, Browns getting Jared Verse, a first-round pick, and 2 other draft picks in the future in return. If Myles Garrett wins a Super Bowl this year with the Rams, does he surpass Aaron Donald and put himself in the conversation for the greatest defensive player of all time? Let's get to Jacob, who's in Jersey, next up on line 2 on BetMGM tonight. Jacob, what's going on?
What's up? Thanks for taking my call. So I would say absolutely that if he wins the Super Bowl with the Rams, then absolutely, because if you just look in their past with their careers, right? So Aaron Donald was with Matthew Stafford, and he had a nice team there in LA. But if you take Myles Garrett, if you would have put Myles Garrett on that team for his career, I think you easily would have said that he maybe possibly even already surpassed Aaron Donald. So.
All right, Jacob. So you're saying the fact that Myles Garrett has played on a lot of bad Browns teams is the reason why he might not be in that conversation with Aaron Donald yet. And if he played on some great Rams teams that won a Super Bowl, he already would be.
Very possibly. I'm thinking you would have an absolutely different outlook had he won already a Super Bowl or been in multiple playoffs. Listen, he would have been able to rack up even more sacks and stuff like that if he was in more postseasons and stuff like that. I suppose.
Okay, Jacob, I appreciate the call.
Yeah.
I do know. Look, Myles Garrett has played in 3 playoff games so far in his career. 2 in 2020 when the Browns made the playoffs and they smoked the Steelers and then lost to the Chiefs despite the fact that Mahomes got hurt and it was Chad Henne playing. And then 2 years ago when the Browns got beat, who was that in 2023? Oh, and they got crushed by the Houston Texans. So 3 playoff games for Myles Garrett, only 1 sack, and only 2 quarterback hits. So look, I know he's had fewer opportunities than Aaron Donald, but I don't remember watching those 2 short runs for the Browns in the playoffs the last couple of years, Brad, and thinking like, wow, Myles Garrett making a big impact now that he's finally in the postseason. Again, I don't know if he would have been able to do anything because the Browns got crushed by the Texans, but small sample size, only 1 sack in 3 playoff games. I don't know if it's fair to say, oh, just because the Rams have been a consistent winner doesn't mean Myles Garrett would have been the same performer as Aaron Donald was in the playoffs. Aaron Donald had 2 sacks in the Super Bowl, and he's had some big time playoff games basically every time the Rams have gotten there.
Yeah, just another argument that Garrett, when presented the opportunity on a silver platter, and that silver platter being the NFL postseason, he's got to deliver on the hype. I mean, he's got to wrap dudes up. He's got to collapse pockets. He's got to wreak havoc, period, end of story. And that will add to the legend. That's got to add to the lore. It's got to bring all the fame. And it's got to bring the historical perspective overall. So, again, you make a really strong point with Aaron Donald. It only adds to your case with what you laid out in his performance in the postseason. Garrett will get another crack as a member of the LA Rams this year, and I think he will deliver, and that's why this conversation is going to be quite heated. Are you team Donald? Are you team Garrett? There may not be no clear-cut winner once Garrett gets that trophy and elevates his game in the postseason.
310-840-4910, number to join the show. All right, Brad, let's talk a little baseball here. It was an eventful weekend for your Cubbies. Now, they did lose the series to the Cardinals, which I can imagine made you hella mad, especially last night on Sunday Night Baseball. Can't hit Matt Libator or Hunter Dobbins. But Saturday night, that was at least the high of the weekend, because PCA 4 hits and he cranks a rocket shot of a home run as an entire section of tarps off fans, which has overtaken baseball. Sections of fans just shirtless, nips, and mostly dudes. All dudes, right? Because I don't know if.
Yep.
But there is a double standard in there.
Ladies.
There's a double standard in there somewhere.
Yeah, totally agree.
But I don't know if I've seen any female, girls taking part in it, women. So it's all dudes with their shirts off, tarps off, as they're calling it. Yet an entire section of these dudes screaming overrated. And as they're chanting that, PCA launches a moonshot as part of a 4-hit night. So that had to feel pretty good, although losing a series to the hated Cardinals, not so great for the Cubbies.
Yeah, and he also had the game clinching catch in the end. And the Cubs were up, handsomely at that time, but it was an amazing, closeout that he had, sliding catch. And as he's sliding on the grass at Busch Stadium, his body turns around and he's waving with the ball in his hands at the tarps off section there at Busch Stadium, just, pouring salt into the wound. Can I say something about tarps off, Pat? I think it's highly annoying, and I'm already tired of it. I think it's a phenomenon really took over college football last season. It's now carried over to Major League Baseball. The Cardinals, of course, taking credit. Oh, yeah, we were the people that invented tarps off. I mean, they were saying that on the broadcast I sat on NBC, and I'm like, no, man, I've seen this at various college football games over the last year or two. This is not some new phenomenon that the best fans in the game, the best fans in all the professional sports, they only fill up half the stadium against your arch rivals when you're exceeding expectations. St. Louis Cardinals. I don't know. I think it's got to be overplayed. It's stated ad nauseum. Oh, yeah, you can hear the towers off. I think it's annoying. Like, if I attended a game at Busch Stadium, I'm enjoying a baseball game, and I'm hearing those stupid chants in the outfield, and they don't shut up. The Cubs could be up like 4 or 5 runs, and they're still saying, overrated. Let's go, Cardinals. No, dude, you're getting your ass kicked. Put your shirt back on. Put the man boobs away. Sit down and shut up. I'm sick of tarps off already, and it's just now beginning.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. Like you mentioned it. Let's not act like this is a new phenomenon. Like, there's dudes, there are psychos. There are psychos that show up to Buffalo Bills playoff games, Cleveland Browns playoff games, and it's 15 degrees outside and they don't have a shirt on. Right. It's a little weird for me. Yeah. It's a little weird for me when you've got an entire section of grown ass men with their shirts off, and that's their thing. Like, look at us. We're 100 dudes all shirtless. It's like, that's not that cool. It's kind of weird. Like, you kind of look like a virgin doing that, in my opinion. I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. Everything is cool once, but that's your identity. Yeah, hey, look at us. All these dudes, no women in sight, shirts off, because that's the cool thing to do. Ugh, I don't know if I would want to be caught on camera at a game because my shirt is off as I'm watching other grown men play a sport. And I'm like, you see, it's not really cool. I agree with you, Brad. It's not really cool.
It's lame as you know what. And I will say this at Wrigley Field, you know what the Chicago Cubs fans do? They build beer snakes. That is cool. Everybody is throwing in their empty cups, and it gets longer and longer and more ridiculous every single game. That's creative. That's unique. That identifies with the great city of Chicago. That identifies with the wonderful organization, the Chicago Cubs. And that identifies with a historic Wrigley Field and the bleacher bums, not some lame 20-something dudes with their shirts off who really need to go to the gym and throw up a couple of bars and work on them nips.
I agree. Look, yeah, tarps off. I don't know if it's annoying. It's just not cool. It's not cool when it's 100 dudes, not a woman in sight, and you're all with your shirt off at a game where a bunch of grown men are playing a game, and I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe set a higher bar. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. We could talk some more baseball when we return as well, because the National League Cy Young Award race might be the greatest we've ever seen.
Hot!
And that's not hyperbole. Yeah, we'll get you some scoreboard updates as well when we return. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This was a dynasty steal by San Antonio. I am not saying that's what's going to happen. The Knicks can win, of course. But, be honest. Is it that crazy to think that the Spurs will win this year and could win again next year? Is that crazy? No, right? Let's talk about some dynasty steals in recent memory. In 1996, my New York Yankees played the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. A year after, the Atlanta Braves finally got over the hump and won the World Series with the late, great Bobby Cox, beating the then Cleveland Indians in 6, Tom Glavine World Series MVP. I still have a VHS. I used to tape the ends of all the World Series just to have them on tape because I'm a sports nerd. I have it my mom has it somewhere in her house. Anyway, the Braves win in 95. They get back to the World Series in 96. Andrew Jones, who's like 13 at the time, like Danny Almonte, I'm only exaggerating by a little bit, is hitting 700-foot moonshots off the Yankees. They're up 2-0 going back to Atlanta for the middle 3 games of the series. Feels like the Braves are going to go back-to-back, and this could be a dynasty for Maddox, for Glavine, for Smoltz and company. And the Yankees win 4 straight. Now, the Yankees would lose in 97 to the Indians, but then win in 98, win in 99, win in 2000, and in 99 would beat the Braves again. Dynasty steal. How about, and it's not quite a dynasty steal because this team only won twice, but how about Super Bowl 32? Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers in 96 beat Drew Bledsoe, Bill Parcells, and the Patriots in the Super Bowl. The next year, they're back, and they're big favorites against John Elway in Denver in that Super Bowl. That is the Whirlybird game, the helicopter John Elway game, the Terrell Davis migraine game. Broncos win the Super Bowl. And in 98, they go back-to-back and crush the Falcons. And it should have been the Vikings. And that's a story for another time. Shout out to Morton Anderson, who made his kicks, and Gary Anderson, who missed his. Sorry to all the Minnesota fans out there. Not quite a dynasty steal because they won 2, but you understand where I'm going with this, right? How about an even more recent example? Super Bowl 49. The Seattle Seahawks slam Peyton Manning and the Broncos in Super Bowl 48 in my neck of the woods at MetLife Stadium. Next year, like the Packers yak it away in the NFC title game in Seattle, and the Seahawks go back to the big game. And they're on the doorstep, the literal doorstep of history, back to back. Denied by Malcolm Butler, Tom Brady, and the Patriots, who then would go on. Like the Broncos would win 50, but the Patriots would win 51 and then win 53. When the Seahawks would have gone back to back. And who knows what happens from there if the locker room doesn't get fractured as a result of the Russell Wilson pick and the Darrell Bevel and Pete Carroll play call, and Marshawn Lynch isn't furious and Richard Sherman's not furious and the defense isn't furious that the offense cost them back-to-back championships. Who knows what happens? Dynasty steal. As Steely Dan once said, are you reeling in the years? As the years go on, who's to say? I'm not guaranteeing this will be the case, but it's possible, right? That the Spurs took a dynasty from Oklahoma City and made it their own. I don't think it's dramatic at all to say that.
I think there's value on Cam Boozer. I think there's a lot of value.
Let's go first.
Betting. Yeah, because he's like this long shot, and a lot of the draft analysis is leaning a lot, like the late draft analysis is leaning towards him. Darren Peterson is the scout's favorite, and he might just push back up to number one. But I do think that Cam Boozer, especially if the Wizards decide that they're going to trade Anthony Davis, because Davis has been like, yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't think this team is good enough. And they're like, we'll see. And acting like he's too good for the Wizards. Well, okay, fine. Get him out of here. We don't need that kind of nonsense. Then you just draft Cam Boozer. You put him next to Alex Sarr, and that works. Or the Jazz, whose father, Carlos Boozer, works for them, move up and get Cam Boozer. I think that's possible. If another team comes through and trades with the Wizards, think it's possible they take Cam Boozer. I just think, to me, Cam Boozer is the best of those three prospects. To me, Cam Boozer has the best value as far as from a betting angle. I do not think the gap between AJ DeBonsa and Cam Boozer is so wide that there's not value on Cam Boozer.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. We were just laughing in the break. Combs feels like a disc jockey now because he's getting song requests left and right. Jacob in Baltimore requested Made You Look by Nas, which just played right there. And we've got somebody, Brad, that wants to weigh in on the Tarps offense. So let's get to that phone call here.
Here we go.
Brendan in Michigan, next up on line one here on BetMGM Tonight. Brendan, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you gentlemen doing tonight?
Good, man. How are you?
So
Good.
I'm doing good, man. Thank you. So I was calling because you guys are saying that it seems a little weird for guys to take off their shirts and like fling it around during the baseball games, and I'm just kind of a little bothered by that because you're saying like it's weird from grown men to do that, but yet you're having the aspect of where grown men, if you're watching a football game, you're watching grown men tug each other down and everything. So I'm just a little curious on why that would be an issue, because they're just getting into it a little more when the baseball is possibly about to be on a lockout next year.
Yeah, Brandon, I
it's bringing
appreciate the
more
call, man,
attention
but
to the
look,
game.
I don't think it's that serious. I think it's a group of 100 guys all with their shirts off, not shutting the hell up all game long. I just don't think it's cool, right? There was no like innuendo there. I just don't think that's cool. I think there's a lot cooler things to do if you're going to go to a baseball game than to like celebrate that you're with a bunch of other guys with your shirts off going nuts the entire game. I don't know. Like, I get it. Like, in some sports and in some cultures, like soccer in South America, soccer in Europe, like the fans, I mean, a lot of them, the shirt off has nothing to do. It's the fact that it's entire group with their shirts off. But there's soccer fans that don't sit down the entire game, that are standing, chanting, cheering the entire game. I don't know. I just don't think it's cool. There's nothing else than that. I don't think there was no deeper message than that one.
Yeah, I find that kind of stuff highly annoying. The one thing I will say is this. During the Cubs broadcast, St. Louis Cardinals great Al Hrabosky was in the house, I think, for like the second game. I think he's like in his 70s, and he ripped his shirt off and then cracked open and chugged a Budweiser. And I was impressed with his frame. Like, Hrabosky's still pretty shredded, very tan, got a full head of hair that's very gray, the gray handlebar mustache. That was funny. I laughed. And the fact that he was chugging a Budweiser while wearing the shirt at the same time, kudos to him. But as a group of young men in right field, you and I very much on the same page of how annoying this tarps off thing has become.
Yeah, and again, like I love when I see the people that are just sheer psychos that are at a playoff football game and it's 15 degrees outside and those guys have their shirts off. Like, one guy has his shirt off and he's going nuts and he's got the team body paint on, and it's like, wow, that's a real fan. I don't know. I think the tarps off thing. I think the tarps off thing, Brad, it kind of has like a 6-7 component to it for me as well. Like, it was cool for a little bit.
It does.
It was cool for a little bit. And it's been run into the ground immediately. And now you have, like you said,
Bingo, bongo.
you have the Cardinals fans basically acting as if they started this. And you have an entire section of people doing it. Like, at some point, you jump the shark. And I think tarps off has jumped the shark.
Yeah, it has. And that shark needs to turn around and chomp this thing and tear it into all the shreds in the world because it needs to die.
Yeah. Monty, our video producer, Monty in the chat says, horrible take. 6-7 was never cool. No, it like was like for a very brief time before my like 9-year-old nephew got a hold of it, and like the entirety of Gen Z and whatever the younger generation is, where then it
and
just
commercials now are even talking about it, Pat.
Exactly. For a small portion of time, like slang, like, it was like, yeah, 6-7, man. Like, we're like, people start to say, yeah, bet. Like, yeah, bet. Like, it was just like, yeah, I agree with you. 6-7. Yeah, 6-7. And then it like kids and the general population got a hold of it and ruined it. That's what happens. Things are cool for a little bit, but not a lot of people know about them. Well, apparently a lot of people care. We got people that are calling in because they care so much that me and Brad think so the tarps off is so stupid and uncool. So that's why. We got about a minute here, Brad. If you had to pick a Cy Young Award winner, who the hell would you even pick right now in the National League? Because between Christopher Sanchez, Jacob Misiorowski, Skeens, who hasn't even pitched that well, Ohtani, who's got an ERA under 1, and then Chris Sale, I have no idea who the hell is going to win this freaking award.
I'm going to probably go with Shohei Ohtani. I think he's all in and determined to win that award at great odds right now, plus 550 at BetMGM. That's the fourth highest. Sanchez plus 150. He's been brilliant. Miz at plus 180. Skeens plus 450. And then Sale at 8-1. Sale's in the conversation. Atlanta's been the best team in the National League. But Shohei, he's Ohtani. He's got to get the votes. Plus 550, that's the value. That's my pick.
I agree with you. I've been saying it for weeks, and I feel like Ohtani is not going to have a dip in his performance on the mound, because when Shohei wants something, Shohei gets it. And on the mound, he has been nearly untouchable. Untouchable. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be in the right field bleachers, twirling my shirt around. See ya!
When we come back, Noah Eagle joins us here on BetMGM tonight.
Victor Wembanyama is overcome with emotion. And if you'll recall, a little earlier in the season, it was this calendar year, the Spurs had a huge second-half comeback against the LA Clippers. And Wemby was crying on the court after the game. I'm not saying he's bawling like he's hysterical, but like he's shedding tears. He did the same thing on Saturday night. He's overwhelmed with emotion. He's overcome by the moment. And you can tell how much this all means to him. He says in the post-game press conference, he doesn't say, and this is everything, like nothing is accidental here. When he says, he doesn't say winning the NBA championship is a childhood dream. He says winning the Larry O'Brien trophy is a childhood dream. We are big sports fans, right? This is exactly what we all want from our stars. Is this. This is what we want. If you're a lifelong diehard fan of the San, and I understand the Spurs have won chip, I've had a great run, right? With Duncan, etc. But you're a diehard fan of the San Antonio Spurs, and you hear your young franchise player say that, you're in ecstasy. This is exactly what you want from a young star. Someone who is invested in the history of the league, who's aware of his potential standing in things as it moves forward, and wants to win so badly that he sheds tears on the court after a big win. Now, I don't say that to diminish someone else, another athlete's desire. It's not. It doesn't mean it's one-to-one. Like you have to shed tears in order to really care. I'm not insinuating that at all. But this is someone who indisputably gives a you-know-what. It means something to him. Winning MVP means something to him. He's a creative player. And more than that, he's someone created in a laboratory for real-life success. Every single box checked. There's only one left. NBA champion. The Vegas Golden Knights destroyed the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche, a team that many, including me, thought would easily skate to a Stanley Cup championship. A team with Stanley Cup pedigree, having won the Cup a couple years ago. And it's a fascinating juxtaposition. A 39-win regular season team against the team that just went 12-1 in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Carolina is the betting favorite at BetMGM at minus 145. The Vegas Golden Knights at plus 120. I think this series is a coin flip. You could talk me into any outcome, and I wouldn't be shocked. So if that's true, and any outcome is possible, Knights in 7, Canes in 7, Knights in 5, Canes in 5, sweep, I wouldn't be shocked if anything happened in this series. And if that's true, then I want to lean into variance if I'm going to bet, and I'm going to pick the series. I have bet the Vegas Golden Knights to win the series, and they are my pick, obviously, to win Lord Stanley's Cup.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 solo hours coming up for you now, as we do every night, Monday through Friday, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. Great first 3 hours of the show in case you missed it and you want to weigh in on anything that we have gotten to so far in the show. Started the program with the big blockbuster NFL trade of the offseason and one of the big NFL trades in recent memory. The Los Angeles Rams have acquired the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, from the Cleveland Browns. And in return, Cleveland gets the young Pro Bowl pass rusher Jared Verse, who has already made a big impact in just his first couple of years of the NFL. He's only played 2 seasons, and he's got a combined 12 sacks, and I believe it was 22 tackles for a loss so far in just 2 years for Jared Verse, along with 5 forced fumbles. They don't have to pay him a contract extension until next offseason, and the Browns also get a first-round draft pick next year, a second-round draft pick in 2 years, and a third-round draft pick in 3 years. So how do you feel about both sides of that trade? I know it might be a vanilla thing to do, and you guys know if you listen to me, I'm not short of, I guess, bold or hot takes, if you will. I mean, I don't know. I just speak my opinion on everything, and I guess maybe a lot of the times it's an unpopular take, but I feel vanilla saying this. I feel like both teams get an A. Right? Whenever we have a big trade like this, it's a lot of people's reactions are normally, oh, this team got fleeced. Oh, this team got fleeced. This team dominated this trade. What a stupid trade. What a steal. I think both teams get an A. The Rams get the best defensive player on the planet right now, and he's only 30. The one bad news is that you're paying him $40 million a year. Like, you acquire a player of that caliber, then yeah, you probably expect to pay that much. But the Rams wouldn't have had to pay Jared Verse for another offseason. Now, again, they do have to pay Kobe Turner now, probably. They have to pay Braden Fisk. They have to pay Puka Nacua. I don't know if that's happening this offseason because they acquire Myles Garrett. So it's not all like, wow, why would you ever not do this trade if you're the Rams? No, you do it 10 times out of 10, but let's not act like there aren't potential drawbacks. And so I give them an A, but they do have to take on $40 million a year, whereas the Browns now, they get that $40 million a year off the books. You don't have to worry about the Browns wasting the prime of Myles Garrett's career anymore. You free up a ton of cap space to make some moves, not only the rest of this offseason, but next year and the next year after that. And Jared Verse now basically, not that he has to prove himself. He's already proven a lot in 2 years, but he has to play really well again for him to get close to top of the market pass rusher money. So he's incentivized to obviously play great for the Browns. Now, is he ever going to be as good as Myles Garrett? Chances are probably not, because Myles Garrett is a generational talent. And first team All-Pro 5 of the last 6 years. 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. Just broke the NFL sack record with 23 of them last year. But the Browns, they get a first-round pick next year's draft, which, again, the Rams are the Super Bowl favorite now. And their odds went from 8-1 to 6-1. So chances are that pick's going to be in the late 20s. Now, again, it is a first-round pick in the NFL, which it's not like the NBA. It's not like it doesn't matter. So it's still a pretty damn good pick. You do get a first-round pick, but it is going to be late in the first round. They get a second-round pick the year after that and a third-round pick the year after that. I think both teams did a tremendous job. And Andrew Berry reportedly was getting basically phone blasted by Les Snead and the Rams over the last several weeks. What is it going to take for Myles Garrett? What is it going to take to get Myles Garrett? Picks? You take picks? Oh, it's going to take Jared Verse? Sorry, I don't think so. And then the Rams said, yeah, you know what? All right, fine. You can have Jared Verse, and we'll give you a first and a second and a third. If I was the Browns, I probably would have tried to get an extra first rounder. Remember, the Packers got the Cowboys got 2 first rounders from Micah Parsons, but the Packers then immediately had to pay him, and they gave up Kenny Clark in return. Or they got Kenny Clark in return. Now, the Rams are getting a Pro Bowl pass rusher. Or the Browns are getting a Pro Bowl pass rusher, excuse me. So I think it's about as equal as a trade as you could have for a player of his caliber. So we've been talking about that. You want to join the show, 310-840-4910. We also mentioned the A.J. Brown trade, which is now official. And my quick thoughts on that, again, this is something we've been kind of expecting to happen here for quite some time. And now that it's official, I don't think the Eagles get better because of this. Now, there could be other reasons why the Eagles' offense is better this year than last year. I don't think any of them are going to be because A.J. Brown's not there anymore. If the Eagles' offense in 2026 looks like the Eagles' offense from 2024, it's going to be because Sean Mannion is a good offensive coordinator, whereas Kevin Patullo last year in his only year stunk on ice. He was terrible. Like I always say about Arthur Smith, I say it about Kevin Patullo. My 9-year-old nephew with a box of crayons could call better plays than Kevin Patullo. Now, Sean Mannion's another first-time play caller, so there's a chance that he's also not great at this, and the Eagles' offense is bad again. But also, Saquon Barkley took a step back last year. He wasn't explosive. And the most important reason why, the offensive line was not nearly as good. Despite the fact that it was largely the same offensive line that they've had. That they had in 2024 when they won the Super Bowl. And yes, Jalen Hurts also took a step. Like everybody. There wasn't a single player on the Eagles offense where you could say, wow, that player had a great year. They all regressed. And I think the main reason why was because of the offensive system. Was because of Kevin Patullo. And I don't know how you think otherwise. There's a lot of people that took a ton of shots at Jalen Hurts last year. And again, it wasn't great. But we watched Jalen Hurts outduel Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl that the Eagles lost 38-35. We watched Jalen Hurts outplay Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl 2 years ago where the Eagles destroyed the Chiefs. It was largely the same offense. Kellen Moore goes to the Saints. They bring in a guy that's never called plays before, and the offense stinks. You tell me the reason why. So, I don't think it's addition by subtraction. I never thought the Eagles should have traded A.J. Brown. They're paying more money now to not have him on the team than they were with him. You look at A.J. Brown and that contract, according to Spot Rack, when he was on the Eagles, his cap hit this year would have been $25 million. It cost the Eagles more than that to trade him. Like they're just because you trade a player doesn't mean you don't have to pay for him on the salary cap. Like the Eagles have over $30 million in dead cap that they can't use this year because of A.J. Brown. So you traded him. That doesn't mean you have now extra money to free up. No, like the Eagles are paying more to not have A.J. Brown on the team. And I know that he has created drama. I know that he at times has been a distraction. Trust me, I get it. I've been very critical of A.J. Brown every time, any and every time he's been a distraction. For all the distractions he caused last year, he had 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. He had 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. For as big of a distraction as he was. And you just sent him packing to get a first-round pick in 2 years from now? 2 years from now. It'd be one thing if it was next year. You got to wait 2 years before you can even cash in on that pick. I could be wrong. Maybe it was A.J. Brown that was the root of the problems. I'm not in that Eagles locker room. I never was, but I look at a great wide receiver that is still a top 10 receiver in football, that's still not even 30 years old. And I put more of the blame on the head coach, Nick Sirianni, and I put most of the blame on the offensive coordinator from last year and Kevin Patullo as to the reasons why that Eagles offense stunk. And you didn't get a player back. Not like you got a player back from the Patriots. So now the Eagles, look, they've made some veteran signings this offseason. Dontavion Wicks from the Green Bay Packers, 330 yards and 2 touchdowns last year. In 3 years combined in the NFL, Dontavion Wicks has 108 catches. 108 catches. And he's got just over 1,200 yards and 11 touchdowns. A.J. Brown last year had 78 catches for 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. A.J. Brown in one season in Philadelphia in 2022 had 88 catches for 1,500 yards and 11 touchdowns. So A.J. Brown in his best year in Philadelphia basically put up what Dontavion Wicks did in 3 years. They bring in Hollywood Brown. Okay, Hollywood Brown is 28. What has he done the last couple of seasons? I mean, he had every opportunity to become a focal point of the Chiefs' offense last year when Kelsey took a step back and you had the suspension to Rashee Rice. And Hollywood Brown last year put up 587 yards and 5 touchdowns. And then they drafted Mekhi Lemon. Okay. Were they drafting Mekhi Lemon if they didn't have A.J. Brown? Probably not. Can Mekhi Lemon become a dominant receiver in football? He could. You knew what you had with A.J. Brown, the good and the bad. So I think the Eagles are going to regret it. But I do understand, I completely, fully understand the issues that A.J. Brown can bring to a locker room, the distractions that he can bring to an offense, where if you've got, another first-time play caller in Sean Mannion, and I think that was probably part of the reason why the Eagles had to settle with Sean Mannion. They didn't get Mike McDonald. They didn't get Mike McDaniel. He went to the Chargers. They didn't get seemingly any of the other offensive coordinators they wanted. Brian Daboll went to Tennessee to work with Cam Ward. And I think part of that reason might have been because of A.J. Brown. So again, I get it. I just think the Eagles, you have a guy that you've had proven success with. You have a guy that you've had proven success with. You got to find a way to make it work. You got to find a way to make it work. And for the Patriots, I don't know if it's as simple as, okay, well, A.J. Brown is going to go to the Patriots and he's never going to become a headache again. He's never going to demand a trade. He's never going to go on social media and start talking about how he doesn't get the ball. Just because he's got his buddy Mike Vrabel. Because when he was with Tennessee and Mike Vrabel, there were never any problems. I don't think it's as simple as that. Because what does A.J. Brown care about? Having the football thrown his way. And that's about it. And if you think I'm putting words in his mouth, he literally put on Instagram 2 days after they won the Super Bowl 2 years ago and said, and I'm paraphrasing him here, but he said, yeah, we won the Super Bowl, but that feeling's kind of already gone away because I didn't dominate. And last year, Stephon Diggs had less targets than A.J. Brown. And I'd probably say A.J. Brown, not probably. A.J. Brown is a better receiver at Stephon Diggs at this point in their careers. But Stephon Diggs had 20 less targets than A.J. Brown had, and A.J. Brown caused a lot of distractions. So if he gets the same or less targets in New England this year than he did last year in Philly, just because Mike Vrabel's his coach, you think that there's not going to be any problems? Because the Patriots have a good run game that they've got to commit to. The Patriots got a tight end that they love in Hunter Henry. The Patriots have other receivers in Kayshon Boutte and Matt Collins and Pop Douglas, and they signed Romeo Doubs. That they're going to throw the ball to. And they got a young, impressionable quarterback that doesn't need to have his number one wide receiver chirping at him or causing problems in the locker room every time he doesn't get 10-plus targets in a game. But everything could work out. Maybe the Eagles' offense is better without A.J. Brown. Maybe A.J. Brown doesn't cause any distractions in New England, and he gets 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns, and they go back to the AFC title game. Those are the best-case scenarios for this situation. This is a trade that could help both teams out. It could hurt both teams. It's a unique trade. And I think it is probably likely that it hurts both teams. For as great as A.J. Brown is on paper and the numbers he's put up, New England was about as together of a team as you could have last year. You're risking a lot of that great chemistry just for the sake of a player that's got a ton of talent, yes. And it might sound like I'm speaking out both sides of my mouth here, but for Philly, you already had that guy in-house. You've proven that in years past, like A.J. Brown creating distractions last year wasn't new. It wasn't like the first time it happened. It happened in the year that they collapsed. Look, they went to a Super Bowl with him. The following year, he got off to a 10-1 start and collapsed, and there was talk about disgruntledness. Reminds me of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Larry David, are you disgruntled? Or he was disgruntled. There was distractions. And then 2024, they rebound and they win a Super Bowl. So 2025, where A.J. Brown, and what did he really do? There was reports of that there was a parking lot meeting between Jalen Hurts and Saquon and A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown did go on a Twitch stream, and he's basically talking and creating headlines and creating distractions. I got news for you. A.J. Brown wasn't the only reason why the Eagles' offense stunk last year. So you've already had a guy that can, yes, be a distraction, but at the end of the day, he wants the ball in his hands. He wants to dominate. That's not a bad thing to have. Now, could you say A.J. Brown's effort was pathetic at times last year? Did he stop on routes? I mean, yeah, it felt like there were maybe 2 or 3 instances of that because he was under a microscope. Everybody watched his every route, every one of his run blocks. I think if you take a look at 75% of the receivers in the NFL and even some of the great ones, you'll find a couple of plays where they take a play off. It never made sense to me. You're replacing A.J. Brown with an unproven receiver that you have to spend a first-round pick on, and then you get a first-round pick for him in return 2 years from now from a Patriots team that is a playoff contender. So I think it can absolutely hurt both teams more than it can help both of them. Whereas the Browns-Rams trade for Myles Garrett, that almost in all certainty for me, it helps both teams. It's a very interesting blockbuster day in the NFL. We'll take your phone calls on either of those trades, 310-840-4910. And when we return, Noah Eagle is wrapping up. He's a very busy man. He's a very wanted man. He was doing a couple of other hits tonight. So we're going to have Noah Eagle join us next, play-by-play voice for NBC Sports and Peacock. We're going to talk NBA Finals. We'll talk Knicks, and we'll talk the Spurs' historic Game 7 win over the Thunder on Saturday. We'll do that when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Chet Holmgren gave up. And I don't say that to be mean. How can you dispute it? What's the argument against it? Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford, and again, I credited them for their job during the broadcast on Saturday night. They were saying it as the game, they were begging Chet Holmgren to go at Wemby, which doesn't mean he's going to have success. Like, Wemby could have rejected him, right? But at least try. He wasn't even trying. Here are players on Oklahoma City that took more shots than Chet Holmgren in Game 7 of the Western Conference Final. Obviously, SGA is one of them. Isaiah Hartenstein. Lou Dort. Cason Wallace, who was maybe, along with SGA, the main reason why this game was still semi-close in the final couple minutes. Cason Wallace was unbelievable and made himself millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. He was great in Game 7. He showed up. Cason Wallace showed up. He took 10 shots. The other Jalen Williams, Jay Will, 9 shots. Caruso, 14. Kenrich Williams, 4. Jared McCain, 12. All took more shots. Then Chet Holmgren, who took 2. Chet Holmgren, thought to be the second best player on the team that everyone expected to win the title, took 2 more shots on Saturday night in Game 7 than you or I did. Think about that. How is that possible? Wemby mind-effed him. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not difficult to figure out. This is like Occam's razor, right? And I've used this example before, but it's, like a murder scene. It all points to one person. That person probably did it, right? It doesn't have to be like this crazy, theory where, well, maybe it was this or maybe, no, it was like probably just that, what it appears to be. We don't have to dig deeper into this. He was scared of Wemby. Like, Wemby dominated. There's a word that starts with E that I won't use here because it's a derogatory word. Mask is in it. I won't use that word, but like Wemby completely mentally dominated him and mind-effed him. There's no argument against it. And now it's what happens moving forward. What does Chet Holmgren do now? Does he go the way of Ben Simmons? Following Ben Simmons' utter refusal to shoot the basketball in the Sixers' Game 7 loss to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks in 2021? Is that what's going to happen here with Chet Holmgren? I hope not. And I'm not a Thunder fan. It's just like, what a shame that would be. What does he do? Does he get his mind right? Does he put a little more muscle on? Because, you're going to have to keep seeing this guy. This is the boogeyman right now for Chet, is Wemby. And you're going to have to keep seeing, it's like a horror movie for him. And at the end of the movie, there's Michael Myers waiting for you. You know it. How's he going to do next time? I don't know if he's going to win next time. I don't know if he'll ever outperform Wemby. Wemby might go down as the best player ever. But he better try. You bet. No one's expecting Chet Holmgren to thoroughly dominate Victor Wembanyama, but you need to try. You have to do something. And I'm not the man in the arena. I'm a guy doing a radio show. I'm a guy doing a video show. I'm a guy you might be watching on your TV right now. I'm not the man in the arena, but even I know you have to at least try.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get the great Noah Eagle in here now, the play-by-play voice for NBC Sports and Peacock. Won't be long until he's doing college football Saturdays, NFL on Sundays, but he's enjoying some summertime right now. Noah, it's good to have you back, man. How's everything been?
Everything is great. Always even better when you get an intro of the acoustic version of How You Remind Me, or I guess that would be the non-lyrical version, just the instrumental. Either way, shout out to Grant Hill, who was in the Rockstar Nickelback music video.
Wait, was he? Grant Hill was in the music
That's
video?
Right. That's right. Well, if you actually look back, that music video was basically a bunch of celebrities and recognizable faces all singing small portions of it, and he was one of them.
Wow. And Nickelback gets a ton of flack, and they had ideas like that, along with some songs that when you hear them, you can't help but sing them. That is one hell of a trivia, though.
It's catchy music. Oh, no, I agree, because Grant said it to us during the playoffs because we were talking about Nickelback. It was me, Robbie Hummel, Grant, Ashley Shamedy, and for whatever reason, Nickelback was in conversation. He was like, oh, yeah, I was in one of those music videos. I go, what song? He goes, you know the one? I'm like, no. You have to tell me the name of the song. He goes, I don't know the name of the song. So then we looked it up, and he was in the Rockstar video.
There you go. How about that? I never would have guessed. Never would have guessed. Well, between that and getting pulled into various bars by Raph, I'm sure he's got probably a bunch of stories he could tell. But no, let's start with Saturday night. Historic Game 7 between the Spurs and the Thunder. Wemby and San Antonio, as Mike Tirico laid it out, they go into the Lions' den and they dethrone the champs on their own floor. A game they led for the majority of. And in the fourth quarter, I mean, just showing the onions, hitting big three after big three on the road. What was your biggest takeaway from Game 7 on Saturday night?
Just the incredible composure of that team that you just mentioned. For most of them, most of their rotation, it's their first playoff run. And I know that that's been talked about a ton, so it's not like I'm breaking any ground. But Victor Wembanyama at 22, Castle at 21, Harper at 20, all in years 1, 2, or 3, all in their first playoff run. Devin Vassell, first playoff experience. Julian Champagny, first playoff experience. It's a starting five that basically, outside of De'Aaron Fox, who before this had only one series of playoff experience. Because you have Harper off the bench. Carter Bryant had never played in the playoffs before this, and not even necessarily deep in the tournament in his 1 year at Arizona. And then your other bench pieces, Cornette is a champ. Harrison Barnes is a champ, so they've been there before, and those are your veterans that can kind of guide you. But Keldon Johnson, first real playoff experience. It's remarkable to me, the composure that they showed through this series, because you're not only was it a Game 7 on the road, but over the course of the entire series, you win Game 1 in remarkable fashion. After giving up a big lead, you go to double overtime because Wemby hits one of the more absurd shots we've ever seen at that stage, and you win in double OT. You almost win Game 2, and a lot of teams with that lack of experience against the defending champion, you lose Game 2 the way they did, and you maybe start to crumble, which in Game 3 they did, but then you come back and dominate Game 4, you get dominated in Game 5, then you dominate Game 6, and then you play this well in Game 7. To me, that is really the biggest thing that I think nobody expected from them this early.
Yeah, I agree. And I had a question teed up a little bit later in the interview. Like, were you stunned by how quickly this team grew up? A bunch of kids barely old enough to drink. Dylan Harper's still not old enough to drink legally, at least, who dethroned the defending champ. So how stunning was that? Because that was part of the reason why I picked the Thunder to go back to the finals. And I think we've seen that play out in several years in the past. I mean, just look back at 2 years at OKC where they were the 1 seed and they got beat by Luka and the Mavs because seemingly they didn't have that playoff experience, the ebbs and flows of how a 7-game series goes. So, but it's scary to think of where the Spurs could be in another 2-3 years when they have another 2-3 years of playoff runs underneath their belt.
historically, you're correct that pretty much every champion felt like had to go through something before they became champions. So last year with the Thunder, the year before, you come up short. Even the year before that, the way that they came up short, it was experience that built to eventually get to the mountaintop. And even then the experiences they had through the journey of the 7-game series against Denver and, of course, 7 games in the finals. The year before that, the Boston Celtics got to the finals 2 years prior and lost, had been close, knocking on the door year after year after year, finally breaking through and winning a title. The year before that, Denver, same deal, went through it, had the crazy 2-3-1 comebacks in the bubble. The year before that, they had the 7-game series loss to Portland, where they could have potentially gone and tried to give the Warriors their best shot. Years leading up when Jamal Murray was hurt, etc. They had been through all that. Obviously, the Warriors, we know what they had been through to get back to that mountaintop, and we go on. The Milwaukee Bucks. You just go year after year. You say, man, these teams really had to go through it before they got to that point. And that's why I think they're so ahead of schedule. But to answer the question, am I surprised? No, because I think Wemby is so different mentally from just about any other 22-year-old that you can find, especially one that has as much talent and natural ability as this guy does. But his mental approach, not just to the game, but to everyday life, sets the tone for the rest of the team. And I think that's where a lot of the confidence and belief comes in. And because of that, there's no real second guessing. There's no blinking. It's just, hey, attack mode. Let's let it rip.
Talking to Noah Eagle here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Noah, the play-by-play voice for NBC Sports and Peacock. You heard him many, many big games throughout this NBA playoff run, and you're going to hear him every Saturday night. Big Ten Saturday night on NBC Sports, NFL Sundays. Noah, J-Dub said after the game, they probably win the series if he was healthy. You know, A.J. Mitchell, also a crucial player off the bench for them all year, and a guy that also started 16 games this season and a few in the playoffs. He missed the last, 3-4 games of this series. So do you agree with J-Dub? Do you think the Thunder win the series if Jalen Williams plays those last couple of games?
Yeah, look, again, are we saying Jalen Williams fully healthy? Because that's so different than the Jalen Williams that we saw for the majority of the year. You're just assuming that this guy who couldn't stay healthy in the regular season was then healthy in the postseason. That's what we ended up seeing, where he tried to rush himself back. Game 6, he looked like a shell of the player that we are accustomed to seeing. I actually think A.J. Mitchell was the bigger loss because, look, you can't play without both of them. That was when they started losing some games in the middle of the season, partly when Shea was out, they became a mortal team. I think that this season, I might be getting this slightly wrong, but I'm pretty sure this season the Thunder were 56 and, I'm going to do the math, 56-12 maybe when Shea Gilgeous-Alexander played. That gets you to 68 games or so. I think they're
8-6 without him.
Exactly. They're 8-6 without him, and they were 56-12 or so with him. That's very clear to me in terms of value. You talk about most valuable player. That's insane value. You go from world beaters to mortal with one guy. And by the way, of the few losses that they did have with him playing, most were to San Antonio. And so it was just that type of matchup. But I think that they would have been fine if they had one of the two guys healthy, because those are two creators. And what they eventually started lacking down the stretch was creators outside of Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. And in Game 7 in particular, they ran out of creators. Jared McCain had a couple of moments. Certainly in the series, he was awesome. He had a few moments early in Game 7 where it looked like he might have one of those days, but he wasn't enough of a creator on his own for them to overcompensate the other two guys. Chet Holmgren, 2 field goal attempts in Game 7. What he did for the majority of the series was not as a creator. It was as a reactor more than anything. Isaiah Hartenstein had a great series in the majority of his time out there, but he's not a guy you're going to give the ball and say, go get us a bucket. Versus A.J. Mitchell, what he did early in the playoffs was that. Jalen Williams, what he did last year in the finals run was that. And so when you're missing both those guys, I think that's where you probably lose out. And so if you have one of the two, they easily could have won. Absolutely. But it's all irrelevant. Those are all ifs.
Yeah. No, it didn't take it. You mentioned Chet Holmgren. It didn't take a basketball savant to see how poorly he played in Game 7 on Saturday and for the majority of that series. What gets lost in the social media polar spectrum conversations with everybody piling on Chet, and don't get me wrong, I've never seen anybody more afraid of the moment and maybe more afraid of an opponent than he looked on in Game 7. But he's a great young player that helped them win a title last year. I mean, he was literally the runner-up to Wemby as Defensive Player of the Year. He was third-team All-NBA, first-team All-Defense, and he's 23 years old. Yeah. So that being said, do you think Sam Presti, OKC GM, should pull the trigger this offseason and trade Chet for Giannis, with the thinking being we're probably going to run into San Antonio a handful of more times, and if that's a matchup that we just get completely owned in, I don't know if we like our chances. Or we just talked about the injuries to J-Dub and AJ Mitchell. Should OKC run it back, considering if they were fully healthy, they're probably playing against my Knicks on Wednesday?
I would tell you that more the latter. The honest thing doesn't make a ton of sense to me, because you're going after a guy that needs the ball in his hands, and you have an MVP of the last 2 years that needs the ball in his hands in crunch time. I just don't love that as a fit. I know defensively it could be great. But you mentioned it. Chet was the runner-up and Defensive Player of the Year. He's been an outstanding player in his young career. He won a title with them and set a record for blocks in a Game 7 of the finals last year. That was last year. I think that because of the stakes of the playoffs, there's just a tendency to overreact. Sam Presti is too smart for that. I think he more than likely brings back his core, and he believes in his core. Now, whether or not he decides that Jalen Williams is part of that core, I think that's more of the decision, because he probably feels like, well, AJ Mitchell proved that he can be that guy, and Jared McCain at times proved that he could be that guy. As long as we stay healthy, we could use some of that space to go and get a different piece. Maybe that's how you go about it. But I don't think getting rid of Chet makes a ton of sense for them. Now, the reason I say to a point, you bring back your core, but the extensions start to kick in for J-Dub and for Chet. And so knowing that with the CBA rules and how the aprons work, you're not going to be able to keep everybody on the team. So that means that someone like Isaiah Hartenstein probably has to go. Alex Caruso, what decision do you make on him? How do you handle the AJ Mitchell situation, knowing that he is in the next year is going to be up for an extension as well? Jared McCain now going into his third year. He'll have only 2 years left on his rookie deal, so you're going to try to maximize that. On and on and on and on. Aaron Wiggins and Isaiah Joe and Kenrich Williams, they had so much depth, but they also knew that that depth was going to have to come to an end over the next 2 years or so. So we just saw this with the Boston Celtics, who win a title. They go after it one more year, and after last year, they fall short. Brad Stevens says, light reset button. They give away Drew Holiday, Porzingis, Horford's gone, Cornette's gone, brand new team. I'm not saying it's going to be that drastic, but changes are going to be coming in Oklahoma City. I do not think Chet Holmgren is one of them.
Okay. All right, Noah, let's get to my Knicks here. There's a lot of chatter about Mike Brown not being the right hire when the Knicks were down 2-1 against the Hawks. A lot of chatter, and I'm talking mostly about the chatter that was coming out of my mouth, about Mikal Bridges being a waste. Yes, I'll own these. A lot of chatter about Mikal Bridges being a waste of those 5 first-round picks. He got benched in the fourth quarter in back-to-back games against the Hawks, and Karl-Anthony Towns had largely not reached his ceiling with the Knicks in the first 2 years. But now, in the last 11 games, all of that has changed. So I'll ask you, Noah, who have you been most impressed with on the Knicks here during this dominant run?
Yeah, look, Bridges is shooting the ball like God right now, so it would certainly be not insane to say him. But I think Cat had probably the toughest go of it in the regular season with Mike Brown coming in, and Mike Brown's been honest about it, and I think Carl's been honest about it, that it wasn't a seamless fit right away. They had to kind of find a way to understand each other, and that continued in the early portion of the postseason, but they've put the ball in his hands and let him initiate offense, and I think it's been brilliant. And he's done a good enough job of staying out of foul trouble that he can stay on the floor, and it's just flowed. But he's the X factor in the finals now. You need him to be elite, because if he's elite, it forces potentially Wembanyama out of the paint on the defensive end for San Antonio, because you have to respect his three-point shot. And then on the defensive side, I think OG Anunoby is going to have to accept that responsibility of guarding Wemby, because we've seen that Cat has a tendency to reach in the cookie jar a little too aggressively against guys like Victor Wembanyama. So fascinating. But yeah, if I had to rank them, I think it goes Cat, Bridges, Anunoby. We all knew, at least I felt like I knew, what Brunson has been and is, and he's just proven that further. And Josh Hart is Josh Hart. Like, those guys to me are just playing the highest version and highest level of what they are and doing it night in and night out. The rest of the guys have somewhat raised their level. Like, OG Anunoby at times hasn't just looked like a star in his role. He looked like a star. Josh Hart has looked like a star at times when they've needed him to. And certainly Karl Anthony Towns has fit that mold as well.
And that's why I think, and he got asked about it, and Josh Hart was like, well, how do you feel about Wemby possibly guarding you? And he goes, well, I feel like that means I must be pretty good at basketball then if Wemby's going to guard me, right? But probably more so because they'll dare Josh Hart to beat him like the Cavs did, and Wemby can kind of hang back and try to be the roaming rim protector, and if Josh Hart starts hitting threes, then you reevaluate. But all right, Noah, we got time for 2 more questions. So I'll ask you this one. What do you think? We got the big Larry O'Brien trophy logo back at midcourt for the finals games and the script finals on either side of the court. Were you like me and I don't know, every other basketball fan clamoring for this to come back? First time in over a decade that the NBA is bringing this back. Is that a good thing?
1,000%. That's a huge deal to me. I feel like this is long, long overdue, and I'm glad that we're getting it. There's something different that now when you can go back and watch these games and you see that on the court, you feel it. And that's what the finals, that's what Super Bowls, that's what World Series, you want that. You know, you want to feel like it's special, it's different. That's what we're getting. So kudos to the NBA for listening.
Okay, great. Thank you for the short answer, because now here comes the hard one, and I have a feeling you knew I was going to ask you this. You're not going to break my heart if you don't pick the Knicks, but can we get a finals prediction from you? Who wins the finals and in how many games?
Yeah, look, I would tell you that just if we're just saying on paper, and we know that the finals are never on paper, none of these are ever on paper, and I think going into last year, everybody just said Oklahoma City would dominate Indiana, and look what happened. But if we're going on paper, I think the Spurs are the better team. They're deeper. They have the better star, which is not saying a crazy amount of separation between the two of them, with Brunson playing at the level he is. But Victor Wembanyama at this point has taken the mantle as the future and current face of the NBA, and he's playing like it. And he does it on both ends of the floor. So if we're just going off of that, the Spurs win. I think it goes 6, but the way the Knicks are playing right now, it's as good a Knicks team as I can remember watching in a long time. And if they can keep playing at this level and they don't run out of gas, because that's my main concern, is that their starting 5 is awesome, arguably the best in the NBA. But Mitchell Robinson now is dealing with a finger or hand injury that we have no idea how it's going to affect his play. Landry Shamet's been off the charts, but can he keep this up against a much better defensive team in San Antonio? Jordan Clarkson has had some flashes of Jordan Clarkson of old, but defensively is still an issue at times on the court, and San Antonio will exploit. And then you've got Jose Alvarado, who I love, but you're comparing these guys to Dylan Harper, who looks like a future star, Keldon Johnson, who won 6th Man of the Year, Carter Bryant, who has all the intangibles of a defensive monster and has shown it at times in the playoffs so far, Luke Cornett, who's won an NBA championship, Harrison Barnes, who's won an NBA championship. Like, this is a Spurs team that can go 10-plus deep. And so you have a team that goes 10-plus deep versus a team that tentatively is going 7. That's where my concern would be for New York, and that's why I feel like it's Spurs in 6.
Oh, I said you wouldn't break my heart, but it's broken, Noah. So I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Thank you. Look, you won't be invited down the Canyon of Heroes. You will not be there when the Knicks win the title. And I'm just kidding.
I'll be inside, bro. I will be inside. You kidding me? The city is going to look like Gotham if that happens. The things that will be happening on the street are going to be almost unfathomable. So I'll be inside and happy for everybody out there.
SIP, shelter in place if the Knicks win a title. Everybody in New York
No
City.
question.
All right, Noah, we appreciate it, brother. Can't wait to catch up with you soon, man. Enjoy.
You got it, dude. Good luck watching.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will definitely need it. There you go. Noah Eagle. The great Noah Eagle. All right, we got to get to a quick break here. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get to your phone calls, get you some score updates on a busy night in baseball. And at the top of the hour, we'll talk to John Schmelk, who can talk about the Knicks and the Giants, New York Giants, because they brought back Odell Beckham today. Was that a good move? So a lot more on the way. Don't go anywhere. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This was a dynasty steal by San Antonio. I am not saying that's what's going to happen. The Knicks can win, of course. But, be honest. Is it that crazy to think that the Spurs will win this year and could win again next year? Is that crazy? No, right? Let's talk about some dynasty steals in recent memory. In 1996, my New York Yankees played the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. A year after, the Atlanta Braves finally got over the hump and won the World Series with the late, great Bobby Cox, beating the then Cleveland Indians in 6, Tom Glavine World Series MVP. I still have a VHS. I used to tape the ends of all the World Series just to have them on tape because I'm a sports nerd. I have it my mom has it somewhere in her house. Anyway, the Braves win in 95. They get back to the World Series in 96. Andrew Jones, who's like 13 at the time, like Danny Almonte, I'm only exaggerating by a little bit, is hitting 700-foot moonshots off the Yankees. They're up 2-0 going back to Atlanta for the middle 3 games of the series. Feels like the Braves are going to go back-to-back, and this could be a dynasty for Maddox, for Glavine, for Smoltz and company. And the Yankees win 4 straight. Now, the Yankees would lose in 97 to the Indians, but then win in 98, win in 99, win in 2000, and in 99 would beat the Braves again. Dynasty steal. How about, and it's not quite a dynasty steal because this team only won twice, but how about Super Bowl 32? Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers in 96 beat Drew Bledsoe, Bill Parcells, and the Patriots in the Super Bowl. The next year, they're back, and they're big favorites against John Elway in Denver in that Super Bowl. That is the Whirlybird game, the helicopter John Elway game, the Terrell Davis migraine game. Broncos win the Super Bowl. And in 98, they go back-to-back and crush the Falcons. And it should have been the Vikings. And that's a story for another time. Shout out to Morton Anderson, who made his kicks, and Gary Anderson, who missed his. Sorry to all the Minnesota fans out there. Not quite a dynasty steal because they won 2, but you understand where I'm going with this, right? How about an even more recent example? Super Bowl 49. The Seattle Seahawks slam Peyton Manning and the Broncos in Super Bowl 48 in my neck of the woods at MetLife Stadium. Next year, the Packers yak it away in the NFC title game in Seattle, and the Seahawks go back to the big game. And they're on the doorstep, the literal doorstep of history, back-to-back. Denied by Malcolm Butler, Tom Brady, and the Patriots, who then would go on, the Broncos would win 50, but the Patriots would win 51, and then win 53. When the Seahawks would have gone back-to-back. And who knows what happens from there if the locker room doesn't get fractured as a result of the Russell Wilson pick and the Darrell Bevel and Pete Carroll play call, and Marshawn Lynch isn't furious, and Richard Sherman's not furious, and the defense isn't furious that the offense cost them back-to-back championships. Who knows what happens? Dynasty steal. As Steely Dan once said, are you reeling in the years? As the years go on, who's to say? I'm not guaranteeing this will be the case, but it's possible, right? That the Spurs took a dynasty from Oklahoma City and made it their own. I don't think it's dramatic at all to say that.
I think there's value on Cam Boozer. I think there's a lot of value.
Let's go first.
Betting. Yeah, because he's like this long shot, and a lot of the draft analysis is leaning a lot, like the late draft analysis is leaning towards him. Darren Peterson is the scouts' favorite, and he might just push back up to number one. But I do think that Cam Boozer, especially if the Wizards decide that they're going to trade Anthony Davis, because Davis has been like, yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't think this team is good enough. And they're like, we'll see. And acting like he's too good for the Wizards. Well, okay, fine. Get him out of here. We don't need that kind of nonsense. Then you just draft Cam Boozer. You put him next to Alex Sarr, and that works. Or the Jazz, whose father, Carlos Boozer, works for them, move up and get Cam Boozer. I think that's possible. If another team comes through and trades with the Wizards, I think it's possible they take Cam Boozer. I just think, to me, Cam Boozer is the best of those three prospects. To me, Cam Boozer has the best value as far as from a betting angle. I do not think the gap between AJ Devonta and Cam Boozer is so wide that there's not value on Cam Boozer.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I just got a couple of minutes here, so stick with us. Don't worry, we're going to take another short break in a little bit. We have to. The end of the hour is a hard out at 55 of every hour. But we got John Schmelk coming up at the top of the hour. Friend of mine, used to be at WFAN, did a Knicks podcast that was very successful. He's still at WFAN, technically. He does the pre- and post-game show for the New York Giants radio network. So we'll talk some Giants because they made a big move today, bringing back Odell Beckham. And obviously he's a massive Knicks fan, and he knows ball. Then you'll know right away. Once he starts talking, you'll know that the guy knows ball. So if you want to hear more about the details of the Knicks and this finals matchup versus the Spurs, you're going to get a lot of great X's and O's with John Schmelk coming up here in a couple of minutes. Let's get you a couple of baseball scoreboard updates here. Decently busy Monday night. Actually, let's get you a Let's Go Streaking update because I think all of our games are in action right now. And I know I took Freddie Freeman, and I saw he went 0 for 1 in the first inning. And then I think, let's see, Monty had Mike Trout against the Rockies, and they're in the bottom of the first. The bottom of the first just started. Trout's actually getting up to the plate right now. So thank you for that, Monty. Brad took Oswaldo Peraza, who doesn't have an at-bat yet. And Combs is already on the board. He took the legend, Troy Johnston. And Troy Johnston already has a knock. So Combs has already won. He's moved on to tomorrow. He has started a new streak. And then I'm 0 for 1 with Freddie Freeman. I'm our longest active streaker with 2. And Trout's up right now for Monty, and Oswaldo Peraza has not gotten an at-bat yet. By the way, Chuck in Alabama texted into the show before, and he wanted to take Mike Trout. So I don't know if he realized Combs had already taken him, but we'll throw Chuck from Alabama onto the board here in case Mike Trout gets a hit. Chuck from Alabama can say that he was right. But at least for the show purposes, the four of us, Combs is already into tomorrow with a W. Me, Monty, and Brad still looking for that hit. All right, take a short break. Don't go any, though. When we come back, John Schmelk, who knows hoops, used to do a Knicks podcast, and is the pre- and post-game show host for the New York Giants. He'll join us next on BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Victor Wembanyama is overcome with emotion. And if you'll recall, a little earlier in the season, it was this calendar year, the Spurs had a huge second-half comeback against the LA Clippers. And Wemby was crying on the court after the game. I'm not saying he's bawling like he's hysterical, but like he's shedding tears. He did the same thing on Saturday night. He's overwhelmed with emotion. He's overcome by the moment. And you can tell how much this all means to him. He says in the post-game press conference, he doesn't say, and this is everything, like nothing is accidental here. When he says, he doesn't say winning the NBA championship is a childhood dream. He says winning the Larry O'Brien trophy is a childhood dream. We are big sports fans, right? This is exactly what we all want from our stars. Is this. This is what we want. If you're a lifelong diehard fan of the San, and I understand the Spurs have won chip, I've had a great run, right? With Duncan, etc. But you're a diehard fan of the San Antonio Spurs, and you hear your young franchise player say that, you're in ecstasy. This is exactly what you want from a young star. Someone who is invested in the history of the league, who's aware of his potential standing in things as it moves forward, and wants to win so badly that he sheds tears on the court after a big win. Now, I don't say that to diminish someone else, another athlete's desire. It's not just, it doesn't mean it's one-to-one. Like you have to shed tears in order to really care. I'm not insinuating that at all. But this is someone who indisputably gives a you-know-what. It means something to him. Winning MVP means something to him. He's a creative player. And more than that, he's someone created in a laboratory for real-life success. Every single box checked. There's only one left. NBA champion. That the Vegas Golden Knights destroyed the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche, a team that many, including me, thought would easily skate to a Stanley Cup championship. A team with Stanley Cup pedigree, having won the Cup a couple years ago. And it's a fascinating juxtaposition. A 39-win regular season team against the team that just went 12-1 in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Carolina is the betting favorite at BetMGM at minus 145. The Vegas Golden Knights at plus 120. I think this series is a coin flip. You could talk me into any outcome, and I wouldn't be shocked. So if that's true, and any outcome's possible, Knights in 7, Canes in 7, Knights in 5, Canes in 5, sweep, I wouldn't be shocked if anything happened in this series. And if that's true, then I want to lean into variance if I'm going to bet, and I'm going to pick the series. I have bet the Vegas Golden Knights to win the series, and they are my pick, obviously, to win Lord Stanley's Cup.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! welcome on back. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Monday night show starts right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can also listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, let's continue our preview of the NBA Finals. Game 1 on Wednesday night in San Antonio. My New York Knicks, this guy's New York Knicks going up against the San Antonio Spurs. Let's bring in the great John Schmelk, who also knows a thing or two about Big Blue. We can get to the Odell Beckham stuff in a little bit. He's the New York Giants radio pre- and post-game show host on WFAN. You can find him on Twitter at Schmelk, SCHMEELK. Schmelk, it's been a long time, brother. How you been, man?
Pat, everything's good, man. How are you? Good to talk to you, man.
I'm doing great. Look, I mean, I've been trying to soak in all the euphoria of the last couple of weeks, really just try to bottle it up, and just try to capture that every single moment of what has been an unbelievable run here to the finals. It didn't feel real last week. It feels real now only because as we're going into the finals, all of a sudden now we get the Mitchell Robinson broken pinky news, which the freaking came out of nowhere. So, look, we'll get to Mitch in just a bit. I just want to start here with why these last 11 games were possible. And I think it was because of a lot of guys that Knicks fans were very critical of, and rightfully so, especially after Game 3 against the Atlanta Hawks. Like, who turned it around most dramatically? Like, we could do the Twitter apology form for a lot of guys on this team. Was it Cat? Was it Mikal Bridges? Was it Mike Brown? Like, who shocked you the most during these past 11 games?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the list is long, to be honest with you. And I think Mikal Bridges is the guy that I think after really struggling the first couple games of that Hawks series and having an okay regular season is the guy that I think really is at the front of that list. And I think the reason he was able to turn it around, I think he just kind of decided, all right, I'm just going to go and do my thing and not worry about anything. But I think the way Mike Brown decided to change the offense heading into that game against the Hawks, changed the way he uses Karl Anthony Towns. Towns embracing that role as the hub of the offense at the top of the key, something they tried to get into earlier in the year, and he didn't want to do it. They convinced him to do it. It worked. It got everyone else involved moving off the ball. One of Bridges' strengths is the fact that he's great off the ball, running as a cutter and a screener. And he was able to get a lot of easy baskets. He started hitting those pull-up mid-range jumpers. And everything just started to go. So I think you give Mike Brown credit for making that big adjustment during the Hawks series. Cat being agreeable to doing it. And then the other guys playing in that structure, Bridges especially. And then Jalen Brunson does this thing. I think Josh Hart starting to hit threes in that Eastern Conference Finals series against the Cavs was a big part of that series. But really, Pat, I think the beauty of it is that everyone has played their role. Everyone has had their different moments in different games and different series where this has truly become a team effort.
Yeah, that is for sure. Schmelk, where do you stand on the whole competition debate for the Knicks here during this run? I can't stand how the Knicks had no chance versus the Pistons or the Celtics. Then both those teams get knocked out, and the Knicks obliterate the teams who knocked them out, Cleveland and Philly. And all of a sudden, the East is weak, and it doesn't matter, and the East stinks. Rather than that the Knicks had quite literally the most dominant 11-game stretch in NBA history, and folks want to discount it. So maybe I'm just on Twitter too much, but I don't know. Do you think Cleveland and Philly were fraudulent? Is there anything to discount from this run?
Look, this is how I look at it. Were Cleveland and Philly as good as Oklahoma City? No. And I don't think any sane Knicks fan would make that argument. But you can only play the teams on your schedule. Do I think the Pistons would have been a tougher matchup for the Knicks? Probably. Do I think the Celtics would have been a tougher matchup for the Knicks? Probably. But those teams couldn't win in advance. And you can only play the games on your schedule. And the Knicks could not have done anything more than they did against the opponents that they faced. They literally have had the most dominant 11-game run, not just in playoff history, in NBA history, including regular season games. No team has ever had this point differential in 11 straight games in the history of the National Basketball Association. So I don't care who the opponents are. If you can do this to teams that are in the playoffs, have players like Donovan Mitchell, Tyrese Maxey, Jalen Johnson, all of whom were all NBA players, by the way, and dominate them and made those three teams quit by the time they got to the elimination game in those series. And make no mistake, those teams quit. They beat the Cavs by 30 points in the elimination game against Cleveland. Their average point differential in elimination games went down. They had beaten Atlanta by so many points. They had beaten the other teams by so many points. So, look, they have been so dominant. They're playing great basketball, and you should not take anything away from what they've done.
Okay, good. Thank you. Talking to John Schmelk here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Schmelk is the radio pre- and post-game host for the New York Giants on their WFAN radio network, and also you can find him on Twitter at Schmelk, and he's a huge diehard Knicks fan, so that's why we're talking a ton of Knicks here. Schmelk, let's get to Mitchell Robinson. What do you think we get from Mitch this series? Because I was freaking out last week. We heard about the broken pinky. Don't know when the hell it happened. Don't know how the hell it happened. Reportedly already had surgery. Mike Brown said he was limited in practice on Sunday. They're kind of ducking the questions on when it happened. So what were you expecting from Mitch before this series, and how has that changed now? Because we know he's going to have the most tough defensive assignment when he's on the floor.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the way I look at Mitch is that I thought he was going to be hugely important in this series. I think he's a great defensive matchup for Wemby. He has the strength to bang him around, and he has the length to actually bother him, one of the few guys in the league that does. So I think defensively, he's a huge factor in this series. I'm legitimately concerned about the hand because it's a hand injury. It's not a pinky injury. This is the fifth metacarpal, which is, for people watching on video, it is not the pinky finger. It is the bone connecting the pinky finger to the wrist. I know this because I fractured my fourth metacarpal playing basketball, and it was non-displaced. I didn't need surgery, but you could literally feel the bone. I tried to play with it like an idiot because I didn't know it was broken. And you can literally feel the bone shifting in your hand as you try to shoot, pass, grip the ball, whatever. Now, he had surgery, which tells me they put some kind of plate or something in there to stabilize the bone. So that shouldn't be a problem. But if that's fractures in the middle of his hand, I don't know how you're going to brace that in a way that allows him to grip the basketball. So all those follow dunks, those lobs, those dump offs, securing rebounds, I don't know how easy that's going to be for him. I think defensively, especially since he's a left-handed shot blocker, he's going to be fine. But man, I do worry about what he can be as a lob guy, as a rebounder, depending on what that hand looks like, where the fracture was, what the wound from the surgery is like how invasive is that surgery, how much wrap has to be on the hand because of the wound. These are all things we do not have answers to. And as you know, Pat, the Knicks aren't exactly, captain forthcoming when it comes to injuries, and they haven't been for about 20 years. So I don't think we're going to have any idea what this is going to be until we get to game time. I think defensively he'll be fine, but I am concerned about how the offense will be affected by the hand.
Yeah, and it's the right hand. Even though he's a left-handed shot blocker, he does shoot righty though. So we worry about the free throws and the hack of Mitch to begin with. And now if he can't, if he shoots 40% for the free throw line, that 50%, I guess you take it. If he's going to shoot 25%, it's almost like you can't have him out there on the floor, which it's a problem because you need his defense.
Yeah. It makes it hard, man. But look, I think he's shooting, 28%, 30% from the line in the playoffs. So I guess the theory is that can't get any worse. Maybe he goes to the old Rick Barry underhand thing or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I would not trust him at the free throw line either way. Again, you can play him at the start of quarters and stuff to kind of mitigate the hack and Mitch stuff, which I think you can do. But look, I think he will be on Wemby a lot in this series because I think he does do a good job slowing him down.
Yeah, he is 30% from the free throw line in these playoffs, which is the worst of his postseason career. So yeah, I guess how much worse could it get? So
and honestly, it has to be one of the worst marks in NBA history for the playoffs. It has to be close. I'm not sure what the record is, but it's got to be up there.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. So Schmelk, I'll ask you, who is the most important player on the Knicks versus the Spurs in the finals? And if you want to say Brunson, that's totally fine, because you can make an argument that it's Brunson. But in your opinion, who's the most important player?
That's a cop-out, right? I mean, I think that's the easy answer, and I do think he's going to have to play well in this series for the Knicks to win. But I'm going to go OG Anunoby, because I'm not sure that the Spurs have a big wing that can hang with him. Keldon Johnson's probably the closest thing they have, but he's only 6'5". Anunoby's a lot longer than him. Johnson is strong and tough and thick, but I don't think Champagnie can handle him. I don't think Harrison Barnes can handle him. I don't think that obviously Fox can't handle him as
Dylan
a
Harper,
penetrating point guard. Dylan Harper can't handle him either. So I think they're going to struggle in terms of finding a guy who can handle Anunoby offensively, especially if Wemby gets hit on Josh Hart, right? And then I think you have to put a guy like Champagnie on Cat or Keldon Johnson on Cat. Well, then who's left to guard Anunoby? That could be a big problem for them. So I think OG is huge in this series for the Knicks. And then he's also probably going to be one of the primary defenders on Wemby. So you take the potential mismatch on offense for him and combine that with the importance he's going to serve, I think, guarding Wemby a lot on defense. I think he probably becomes the most important player. The other guy I keep an eye on is Bridges, because they're probably going to try to hide De'Aaron Fox on him. And Bridges should be able to shoot over him whenever he wants, and that could be a mismatch the Knicks take advantage of.
I love that. And I love when you break down the guarding matchups on social media in these series, Schmelk. So I know you just broke down a lot of them, but who else is likely to guard who in this series? Like, who are the Knicks putting Brunson on, considering he and Cat are the two biggest defensive liabilities on this team? Who's Cat guarding most of the time when he's on the floor?
Yeah, I think Cat will get Wemby a little bit. I don't think a ton, because you want to keep him out of foul trouble. We saw that against the Sixers when he faced Joel Embiid on the foul trouble a lot, right? So I think you probably hide Cat on some kind of combination of Vassell. Vassell's another guy, by the way, that's going to guard Anunoby. That was a name that I couldn't quite locate in my brain a second ago. And then you have, obviously, Champagnie. So I think you probably put Brunson on Vassell, because Champagnie's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, and I think you put Cat on Champagnie. And if Champagnie's a guy that beats you off the dribble, you live with it. If Vassell's a guy that beats you in isolation, you live with it. Brunson's been a pretty good defender in the postseason, so is Cat. They've played a lot better than I think they played in the regular season, though Cat was pretty good the last few months. And, that when you look at this roster was always going to be the Achilles heel, right? Could you defend well enough with those two guys on the floor? Well, the Knicks have. For the whole second half of the regular season and the postseason, they've been phenomenal. And I don't think the Spurs have guys that can really give the Knicks any more issues with those two guys than other teams they've already played in the postseason. So I think they'll figure it out. But I think Brunson goes on Vassell, Towns goes on Champagnie, and then you kind of figure it out from there. And by the way, obviously Bridges guards Fox. That's the number one. That's the most important matchup.
That's the most important is Bridges guarding Fox, right? Just because you got to cut off the facilitator and the guy that's going to be running point in this offense.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously guarding Wemby's number one, but I do think as Fox, when he came back, you saw some of the turnover issues that the Spurs had in this prior series get cut down a lot.
Yeah, they went down.
When Fox missed those, in those early series, man, they were turning over 17, 19 times a game.
They had 40 in the first two games.
Primary ball handler. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. So with Fox back, that limits some of those turnover issues for the Spurs. But I think, look, we've seen Bridges guard Donovan Mitchell. We've seen Bridges guard Tyrese Maxey. We've seen Bridges guard James Harden. And he's done a good job on all of those players. So I think you put Bridges on Fox, let him bother him. He's one of the few guys I think can really consistently, score off the dribble. And then I think, obviously, like I said, you put OG on Wemby most of the time. Towns will be on him a little bit. Hart can chase Dylan Harper, whoever else you want him to chase over the course of the game. I think Hart on Castle is also a very important matchup. I think that's who he gets at the point of attack. He's strong and tough enough to stay with him. I don't think Castle is quick enough to get around him. And Hart has very quick hands. He can get after the basketball and force some of those turnovers we're talking about. The same way Bridges' length, I think, can bother Fox with some of those passes. So I do think, and the reason I wanted the Knicks to face the Spurs, I thought it was the more advantageous matchup. I do think their defensive matchup against the Spurs are fairly advantageous, and I like them better than what they would have had against Oklahoma City.
I said the same exact thing, so I'm glad that I've got a smart guy like yourself backing that up, Schmelk. We're talking to John Schmelk here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Schmelk, is there any other player for the Knicks off the bench that is likely to have chances to have big games because of the nature of the X's and O's in this series? Landry Shamet was huge against Cleveland, but San Antonio has much better perimeter defense. Can it be Deuce McBride? Like, I love Deuce. I feel like I've been waiting and I know he had the big game in Game 4 against Philly. I mean, everybody had a big game against Philly in Game 4. Like, can Deuce McBride finally step up and have a consistently big impact like Dylan Harper has had for San Antonio? And then do we see a ton of Jordan Clarkson? Do we see a ton of Jose Alvarado in this series? Like, who are you looking forward to seeing most off the bench?
I don't know how much of Alvarado we see. You might see him on De'Aaron Fox a little bit as a defender, but I don't like his matchup against some of the bigger, stronger guards that the Spurs have. And look, Jordan Clarkson was largely out of the rotation at the end of that series against the Cavs. So I think we'll see him early in the series, but I think he'll be quick to get put back down on the bench if it doesn't work. Look, I think one big part of this whole series will be the Knicks' three-point shooting, because the Spurs' entire defense, which is very good, by the way, is based around the fact that they want to keep Victor Wembanyama in the middle of the floor, protect the rim, protect the paint, and just kind of plant himself at the free throw line. And that's one of the reasons that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander did not have the best series, right? He could get around Castle, but then you got Wembanyama waiting for him. And they forced the Thunder players to make threes. And while they did in some games, and Caruso did a good job early in that series, especially making threes, they forced those guys to make threes. So can Josh Hart hit threes to pull Wemby out of that paint and prevent him from not letting Brunson be the driver that he usually is, because Wemby's waiting there for him? Or if Hart isn't that guy and he can't make those threes like he did in Game 2 against Cleveland, do you go 5 out, right? With 5 shooters on the court at the same time, like you did the end of Game 1 against Cleveland. It was Shamet in that game, but it could also be Deuce McBride. So I think either one of those guys, and you put one of those two with Brunson, Bridges, Anunoby, and Karl-Anthony Towns, those are 5 shooters, and Wembanyama cannot sit himself in the middle of the paint, because it will be a 3-point shooting barrage, and those Knick players will make those shots. So I do think Deuce McBride and Shamet, something tells me it's going to be Deuce in this series, can be really big impact players, because the Spurs will pack the paint, they will give up threes, and those are the guys that can make San Antonio pay in those spots.
All right, Schmelk, prediction time. I've said Knicks in 6. Give me your prediction. Who wins and in how many games?
I am an unreliable narrator. I will admit this, though. I do think I'm someone that's suffered through 25 years of just terrible basketball, closer to 20, that I'm pretty realistic when it comes to the Knicks. But I really do like the matchup here. I think this is a coin flip series. It could go either way. Whichever team shoots better, Pat, is probably going to win it, right? But I think the Knicks have just played such a high brand of basketball, whether it's team defense, sharing the ball on offense, moving the basketball. Everything just has been clicking. It looks so smooth. It looks so good. And even though the opponents were not the best, the brand of basketball and level of basketball has been at the highest possible level. So I think the Knicks figure out a way to win this series in 6 games, and they close it out in Madison Square Garden, which will be the night of nights to be in that building.
Yeah, well, or maybe to not be in the building, or at least to not be on the streets, right? I had Noah Eagle on. He lives in Manhattan. He goes, I'm going to be inside. I'm going nowhere near that place. All right, finally, Schmelk,
now here's the trick, man. At the Garden, there are some backdoor exits, right? Just don't leave at 7th and 33rd. You got to walk out at like 8th and 31st. There are back exit where you can avoid the nut jobs. That's what old people like me do to avoid the crowds.
Are you going, by the way? Are you putting up a couple of months worth of your savings to try to go to one of these games at home? Because I'm sorry, I'm not paying $4,000 to go to a game. Not happening.
I'm fortunate enough, Pat, where I was dumb enough to buy season tickets back in like 2008. So I've been a season ticket holder for almost 20 years. So I will be at every one of those games without having to pay the premium, and it's going to be glorious.
Wow. I didn't know you've been a season ticket holder for 17 years?
It's been a lot of bad basketball, bro. It's been a lot of
bad you got in at the right time.
Yes, I wish it would have been 10 years later, but yes, it worked.
Oh, great. All right, Schmelk, finally, one Giants question for you,
Yeah.
since you are the pre- and post-game show host for Giants Radio Network on WFAN. Odell Beckham Jr. back on the Giants. What do you make of it? I mean, is he even going to make the roster to start the season? Something tells me that this little, I don't want to downplay it, but I feel like there's just as good of a chance he's not even on the roster anymore by week one. What do you make of the Giants bringing back OBJ?
Yeah, look, and I think Giant fans of a certain age are going to be very excited about this signing, and I understand why. He's probably the most explosive and exciting offensive player you could argue the team has ever had for a period of 2 or 3 years. Not the best, but most exciting, right? With all the plays he did and his impact on the game. But look, he didn't play all year last year. You look at his aggregate numbers over the last 3 or 4 seasons. He just hasn't been super productive. I don't know how well he can run anymore. But look, the Giants wide receiver core has some question marks on it. Darius Slayton's hurt. Malik Neighbors is hurt. Slayton should be back and be fine. Neighbors, we'll see how healthy he is once we get to training camp at the end of July. And look, you might need him based on everything else you look at here. Or you might get to a point where, to your point, maybe Bo Collins, a second-year wide receiver, looks really good. They drafted Malachi Fields. Calvin Austin has looked good in the spring so far. There is a chance that he's not on this roster the first week of the season. That's 100% in the cards here. So I think if you bring in a guy, you hope he can be a veteran leader in the room, that he's matured a little bit, and I think he has from when he was here last. And you let him compete and see how much he has left in the tank, what he can do. But no, this is not like, all right, you signed Beckham, you're plug and playing him in the starting lineup week 1, and he's like your number 2 option next to Neighbors. That's not what this is. He's going to have to earn what he gets, and I think it'll be a fun competition to see how they fill out the back end of that wide receiver depth chart in August.
Okay, great stuff. Schmelk, appreciate it, brother. I know that you've been at OTAs every day, and so you got a busy summer, and then you'll be at the Garden. I mean, who's got it better than you, man? Jeez, I appreciate the time, dude. Hope to catch up with you soon. Let's go Knicks.
There's been nothing better than May and June with the Knicks in the playoffs, baby. It is a fun time in New York City. Appreciate it, Pat. Anytime.
There you go. John Schmelk, radio pre- and post-game host for the New York Giants Radio Network. Season ticket holder for the Knicks for 18 years now, going on almost. I think he said 2007, so I think my math is just flat out wrong. That would be 19 years. 19 years. Wow. And it's all paid off. It's all paying off. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at Schmelk, SCHMEELK. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll do a little hot or cold. Producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Chet Holmgren gave up. And I don't say that to be mean. How can you dispute it? What's the argument against it? Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford, and again, I credited them for their job during the broadcast on Saturday night. They were saying it as the game, they were begging Chet Holmgren to go at Wemby. Which doesn't mean he's going to have success. Like Wemby could have rejected him, right? But at least try. He wasn't even trying. Here are players on Oklahoma City that took more shots than Chet Holmgren in Game 7 of the Western Conference Final. Obviously, SGA is one of them. Isaiah Hartenstein. Lou Dort, Cason Wallace, who was maybe along with SGA the main reason why this game was still semi-close in the final couple minutes. Cason Wallace was unbelievable and made himself millions of dollars. He was great in Game 7. He showed up. Cason Wallace showed up. He took 10 shots. The other Jalen Williams, Jay Will, 9 shots. Caruso, 14. Kenrich Williams, 4. Jared McCain, 12. all took more shots than Chet Holmgren, who took 2. Chet Holmgren, thought to be the second best player on the team that everyone expected to win the title, took 2 more shots on Saturday night in Game 7 than you or I did. Think about that. How is that possible? Wemby mind-effed him. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not difficult to figure out. This is like Occam's razor, right? And I've used this example before, but it's, like a murder scene. It all points to one person. That person probably did it, right? It doesn't have to be like this crazy, theory where, well, maybe it was this or maybe, no, it's like probably just that, what it appears to be. We don't have to dig deeper into this. He was scared of Wemby. Like, Wemby dominated. There's a word that starts with E that I won't use here because it's a derogatory word. Mask is in it. I won't use that word. But, like, Wemby completely mentally dominated him and mind-effed him. There's no argument against it. And now it's what happens moving forward. What does Chet Holmgren do now? Does he go the way of Ben Simmons? Following Ben Simmons' utter refusal to shoot the basketball in the Sixers' Game 7 loss to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks in 2021? Is that what's going to happen here with Chet Holmgren? I hope not. And I'm not a Thunder fan. It's just like, what a shame that would be. What does he do? Does he get his mind right? Does he put a little more muscle on? Because, you're going to have to keep seeing this guy. This is the boogeyman right now for Chet, is Wemby. And you're going to have to keep seeing, it's like a horror movie for him. And at the end of the movie, there's Michael Myers waiting for you. You know it. How's he going to do next time? I don't know if he's going to win next time. I don't know if he'll ever outperform Wemby. Wemby might go down as the best player ever. But he better try. You bet. No one's expecting Chet Holmgren to thoroughly dominate Victor Wembanyama, but you need to try. You have to do something. And I'm not the man in the arena. I'm a guy doing a radio show. I'm a guy doing a video show. I'm a guy you might be watching on your TV right now. I'm not the man in the arena, but even I know you have to at least try.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
So fresh and so clean. So fresh. See, there's certain songs I just forget the words to if I'm not hearing them being played. Although, that got to be honest, that's probably pretty tough for a lot of people to understand what's being said outside of so fresh and so clean. Anyway, welcome on back. I got a gnat flying around me. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. There's a lot going on. I need Wednesday to be here. I got such fidgety energy right now. I've had all day, and I went to the gym, got a workout in with the lady. We were out poolside afterwards. The gym that I go to has a pool, so I took our pre-show meeting by the pool. Probably looked like the biggest doucher when I got on camera, along with Combs and Monty, who I think has his mic on right now because I hear him clicking away, and Brad and our EP Randy Merkin, and I just can't stop thinking about Wednesday. I can't stop thinking about Game 1. I needed to be here already. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, we'll take your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. Huge shout out, by the way, again to John Schmelk, who joined us last segment. The guy just knows ball. Great basketball fan, diehard Knicks fan. I did not know he's had season tickets for nearly 20 years. God bless. God bless. What a bunch of, outside of, okay, I'll say every year they made the playoffs wasn't a waste. So the 3 years they made it with Melo, even though you gave them little to no chance outside of the 1 year they got to the second round, should have beat Indiana. That was 2013. But really, like 2007 to 2011, and then 2015 to 2020, you want to talk about just throwing money down a drain. But hey, it's all paid off because, now he's basically got the face value or whatever you would call it, value of he's already paid. His ticket's already paid for the NBA Finals. Unbelievable. So huge thanks to Schmelk for joining us last segment. If you missed it, make sure you download the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Great with the X's and O's. So if you're somebody that wants to know everything there is to know about this series and the matchups and the X's and O's, Schmelk did a great job with that. If that's something you're interested in, that was a great interview. All right, let's get to some hot or cold here. Producer Brandon Combs. Combs, what's going on, man? How you doing? What a weekend. What a weekend it was. And I know that you've been waiting so patiently, so patiently. So why don't you go ahead and have at it here? Because you've been talking up the Spurs for months. You said they were going to beat the Thunder. I'm not going to use the excuses of the second best player on the Thunder, J-Dub, basically missing the entire series, or A.J. Mitchell, who's one of their best 6 players, missing half the series. I will just go ahead and tell you were right. You called it. Congratulations.
Yeah, look, I noticed, that we booked Schmelk at 10 o'clock Eastern when we normally do hot or cold on the night after, 2 nights after, but our first show after the Spurs do what I said that they were going to do. And I think you're just delaying the inevitable. I think you didn't want to hear what I had to say about the Spurs. You wanted to get as much Knicks glazing as you could in before we had to talk about the San Antonio Spurs and the new face of the NBA that is Victor Wembanyama, a guy who since November, I've told you, is heading the best team in the West, is heading the best team in the NBA. A guy that I told you was the real MVP of the league, and a guy that I told you is going to be hoisting the Larry O'Brien Trophy at the end of the season. It's almost poetic that it gets to be against your Knicks. I mean, that's how happy I am that the Knicks are in this series. And my favorite part of it is that your argument makes it even better for me, because your argument that the Oklahoma City Thunder were a better matchup for the Knicks because the Oklahoma City Thunder are a deeper team, and their bench is so deep, and you don't want, you'd rather see the Spurs. And then the Spurs take out that team that you were talking about that is so deep and so good that you don't know how anybody's going to beat them. And the Spurs did that. And Victor Wembanyama averaged 27 and 10 in that series and then took home the conference finals MVP. It's going to be so fun when they win this series in 6 and he's taking home the NBA Finals MVP. Did it on the road in OKC, and you can talk all you want about, they didn't have Jalen Williams. They were dealing with injuries. They had Jalen Williams during the regular season when the Spurs went 4-1.
No, they didn't.
They were healthy.
He missed like 50 games.
Season. Just telling you. Wemby is the face of the NBA. Wemby is the best player in the NBA right now. And the San Antonio Spurs are going to win the NBA title.
First of all, how can you say he's the MVP when the Thunder, who, before the series began, and I thought maybe J-Dub was going to be able to come back and have somewhat of an impact. He had zero impact. mean, this is a guy that scored 40 points in the NBA Finals last year. This is a guy that averaged, 22 points per game in the finals last year. So, yeah, it's a huge injury. It's a huge absence that he basically tried to play one game and couldn't. And A.J. Mitchell, that lit it up in the last series against the Lakers and he had a couple of games in a row, 20 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds, massive impact. He missed the last 4 games of this series. So, yeah, and without that, in retrospect, the Thunder, they probably should have gotten blown out in Game 7. And the fact that they got it down to 6 with 3 minutes left, it was still a 6-point game with like a minute left. If Cason Wallace hit that corner 3, much different story. But playing shorthanded and playing with their third best player, Chet Holmgren, on a milk carton. And SGA goes for 35 points and 9 assists with 3 steals and a block when the Spurs know every single possession he's got the ball. He's the only one that can really hurt him. Cason Wallace hit a couple of threes. Caruso, made some stuff happen, but not nearly the impact that he had earlier in the series. He went 3 for 14. And SGA still scored 35, ridiculous shot after ridiculous shot. That's why he was the MVP. He was the best player on the floor in this series. Wemby's not the face of the NBA. Wemby's not the best player in the NBA. SGA is still a better player than him. I don't know how anybody doesn't say Jokic is the face of the NBA because because he doesn't show an incredible amount of emotion. I mean, he's a 3-time MVP and an NBA champion. How is that not the face of the league? And the Knicks are going to win in 6. And I can't wait to finally put your dumb prediction to rest. Cannot wait.
Pat, first of all, we sit here and we talk about, Chet was on a milk carton. Chet was on a milk carton. He wasn't on a milk carton last year when they were on this incredible run, right? SGA was averaging more points and more assists when he wasn't playing against the San Antonio Spurs. Maybe it's not the fact that Oklahoma City couldn't figure it out. It's not the fact that Oklahoma City didn't play well. Maybe it's the fact that the Spurs did a good job of taking away their strengths. Maybe it's the fact that Chet was going up against Wemby and had no chance. Maybe it's the fact that Wemby and De'Aaron Fox and those forwards or those guards that they have on the San Antonio Spurs did such a fantastic job against Oklahoma City and shutting them down. You could say all you want and make all the excuses you want that this was, Oklahoma City just didn't show up. Oklahoma City wasn't ready. Chet was on a milk carton. Chet was this. Chet's overrated for one. He's been overrated. And for two, maybe the Spurs did everything that they needed to do to take care of business. So instead of just saying, Oklahoma City should have been this, Oklahoma City should have been, it's just like when we talk about the Kansas City Chiefs and everybody's like, with a healthy Mahomes, they're obviously going to be a good team. That's not always true. When you run up against teams that are better than you, you're going to have a tough time. And that's what happened in this series. The Oklahoma City Thunder just ran up against a team that was better than them. And a team that came into their house in a Game 7 and took care of business. They were up 3-2 in this series, Pat. They had their chances to put it away, and they couldn't.
They took care of business because they hit a ton of threes in the fourth quarter, which you got to give them credit for. Wemby didn't even have that good of a game. I mean, he really didn't. If not for Julian Champagnie, the Thunder are winning. Julian Champagnie hit 6 threes. Half of them came in the fourth quarter. Keldon Johnson hit back-to-back threes, hit 3 of them for the game. De'Aaron Fox hit 3 threes. Dylan Harper hit 2 threes. Wemby had 22 points and 7 rebounds. Let's not act like he had a game 1 again where he had 40 and 20. He had an okay game. And everybody else around him hit shots.
If Alex Caruso doesn't have a career series, that Oklahoma City even sniffs a 5th game, let alone getting to Game 7. Alex Caruso was the second. If Alex Caruso is the second best player on your team in a playoff series, that's how you lose. That's how you lose basketball.
I would give up my unborn child for Alex Caruso. He's incredible. I don't care what anybody says.
Would.
And how about this? You want to play the game of ifs.
You would go tarps off for Alex Caruso. I know you would.
I would go tarps off for Alex Caruso. I would go pants off as well. You want to play the what if game. What if Wemby doesn't hit that logo 3 in overtime? The Thunder win this series in 5, despite not having Jalen Williams and J-Dub, and then it'll be a much different conversation.
Because he's a 7'5" monster that can cross you up and that can take step back threes. 7'5" monster that can cross you up and take step back threes and can defend you like Shaq. He's the best player in the NBA. I know you don't want to admit it. I know you don't like to admit it, but you're about to see it for all of 6 games, and it might not even be that many.
Well, I wanted him. I wanted Wemby. I wanted the
You got
Spurs.
him.
I'm glad I got him.
Trust me. I know that you wanted Wemby.
I want Wemby. I really do. I want him.
I know.
That's great. I'm glad you already got that ready to go. What was the tweet I sent you, by the way, yesterday morning, Combs? I'm not sure if this is. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that this is fact checked. But since Wemby was drafted, there are 20 players who have defended him for at least 100 half-court matchups. The player who he has tallied the fewest points per 100 matchups against as his primary assignment, OG Anunoby. OG Juan Kenobi Juan. Do you know who's
the Knicks
waiting?
100 times since he was drafted? So you really think that that's a fact?
Well,
they've
played each
the
other.
Spurs 100 times in 3 years?
No, they've played each other 7, probably, right? 3 this year because it's normally 2, but with the NBA Cup, 2 last year, 2 the year before that. So I would go ahead and assume it's been 7 games, and I would assume OG's probably played in every one of them. Let's see. Victor Wembanyama has played 5 games against the Knicks. So 5 games. He's taken 36, 67, 79. He's taken 96 shots against him.
Mm-hmm.
So
against OG Anunoby, as a quick Google search will tell me. So it's just a quick Google search. You know what'll happen when you just do that. But against OG Anunoby, averages 29.5 points, 13.3 rebounds, and 3.5 blocks. When OG Anunoby is defending him.
No, there's no way. He averages 29 points alone versus OG Anunoby.
I'm
That's
just
probably
telling
against the
you
Knicks.
what I said. A quick Google search. Jesus. Let me pull up StatMuse to get the actual numbers. See if I can find that instead. But that's just what it said.
Look, all
Maybe
I know
that's
is
just
this
against the Knicks, but if he averages that against the Knicks in the finals, it's over.
All I know is this. Victor Wembanyama is about to run into his worst nightmare in the NBA Finals. He's about to run into his worst nightmare, and that is OG Anunoby. I hope he's ready.
You said
I hope he's ready. He
against
cried.
OKC.
He cried on Saturday when they won. He's going to be crying for a different reason when this series is over.
I think you're going to be the one crying. Just saying.
Okay. We got more on the other side. Don't worry. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. It's not even... We still got another show, and we got before Game 1 on Wednesday, and we got the entire series. I might have to fly to Chicago to fight Combs by the time this series is said and done. Unless the Knicks... Well, when the Knicks win, I'll fly there to gloat in his face. We'll talk some more when we come back. We'll get you a final baseball scoreboard update, and we'll turn things over to my guy Denton Day, who's filling in for Linnell Willingham at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This was a dynasty steal by San Antonio. I am not saying that's what's going to happen. The Knicks can win, of course. But, be honest. Is it that crazy to think that the Spurs will win this year and could win again next year? Is that crazy? No, right? Let's talk about some dynasty steals in recent memory. In 1996, my New York Yankees played the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. A year after, the Atlanta Braves finally got over the hump and won the World Series with the late, great Bobby Cox, beating the then Cleveland Indians in 6, Tom Glavine World Series MVP. I still have a VHS. I used to tape the ends of all the World Series just to have them on tape because I'm a sports nerd. I have it my mom has it somewhere in her house. Anyway, the Braves win in 95. They get back to the World Series in 96. Andrew Jones, who's like 13 at the time, like Danny Almonte, I'm only exaggerating by a little bit, is hitting 700-foot moonshots off the Yankees. They're up 2-0 going back to Atlanta for the middle 3 games of the series. Feels like the Braves are going to go back-to-back, and this could be a dynasty for Maddox, for Glavine, for Smoltz and company. And the Yankees win 4 straight. Now, the Yankees would lose in 97 to the Indians, but then win in 98, win in 99, win in 2000, and in 99 would beat the Braves again. Dynasty steal. How about, and it's not quite a dynasty steal because this team only won twice, but how about Super Bowl 32? Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers in 96 beat Drew Bledsoe, Bill Parcells, and the Patriots in the Super Bowl. The next year, they're back, and they're big favorites against John Elway in Denver in that Super Bowl. That is the Whirlybird game, the helicopter John Elway game, the Terrell Davis migraine game. Broncos win the Super Bowl. And in 98, they go back-to-back and crush the Falcons. And it should have been the Vikings. And that's a story for another time. Shout out to Morton Anderson, who made his kicks, and Gary Anderson, who missed his. Sorry to all the Minnesota fans out there. Not quite a dynasty steal because they won two, but you understand where I'm going with this, right? How about an even more recent example? Super Bowl 49. The Seattle Seahawks slam Peyton Manning and the Broncos in Super Bowl 48 in my neck of the woods at MetLife Stadium. Next year, like the Packers yak it away in the NFC title game in Seattle, and the Seahawks go back to the big game. And they're on the doorstep, the literal doorstep of history, back-to-back. Denied by Malcolm Butler, Tom Brady, and the Patriots, who then would go on, like the Broncos would win 50, but the Patriots would win 51 and then win 53. When the Seahawks would have gone back-to-back. And who knows what happens from there if the locker room doesn't get fractured as a result of the Russell Wilson pick and the Darrell Bevel and Pete Carroll play call, and Marshawn Lynch isn't furious, and Richard Sherman's not furious, and the defense isn't furious that the offense cost them back-to-back championships. Who knows what happens? Dynasty steal. As Steely Dan once said, are you reeling in the years? As the years go on, who's to say? I'm not guaranteeing this will be the case, but it's possible, right? That the Spurs took a dynasty from Oklahoma City and made it their own. I don't think it's dramatic at all to say that.
I think there's value on Cam Boozer. I think there's a lot of value.
Go first?
Betting. Yeah, because he's like this long shot, and a lot of the draft analysis is leaning like the late draft analysis is leaning towards him. Darren Peterson is the scout's favorite, and he might just push back up to number one. But I do think that Cam Boozer, especially if the Wizards decide that they're going to trade Anthony Davis, because Davis has been like, yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't think this team is good enough. And they're like, we'll see. And acting like he's too good for the Wizards. Okay, fine. Get him out of here. We don't need that kind of nonsense. Then you just draft Cam Boozer. You put him next to Alex Sarr, and that works. Or the Jazz, whose father, Carlos Boozer, works for them, move up and get Cam Boozer. I think that's possible. If another team comes through and trades with the Wizards, think it's possible they take Cam Boozer. I just think, to me, Cam Boozer is the best of those three prospects. To me, Cam Boozer has the best value as far as from a betting angle. I do not think the gap between AJ Devonta and Cam Boozer is so wide that there's not value on Cam Boozer.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. Last chance to get in. 310-840-4910. We've got a caller. Let's get to that in just one moment. But you can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Sports God tweets in, because we had a big debate about if Myles Garrett would surpass Aaron Donald with a Super Bowl ring this year. And Sports God tweets in, I already have Myles in rarefied air, brother. I know you are trying to put Super Bowl on him, and sure, that would bolster his resume, but from a purely disruptive pass rusher standpoint and what an offense has to do as far as pay attention-wise, for me, Myles is in the Reggie White, prime J.J. Watt air, because you have to not only block him with your offensive tackle, but tight end and often fullback or running back too. Seen this firsthand for years in AFC North. That's something only select few all-time garner. That's a good point. Okay, but still, I think if you want to be in the conversation for best defensive player of all time, you probably have to have a ring on your finger. And now that he's got his best chance as he'll ever have in the next 2-3 years here, maybe more. He's only 30, but especially in this window that they have Matthew Stafford playing quarterback, this is his opportunity. All right, let's get to the phones here. Johnny is in Atlanta next up on BetMGM tonight. Johnny's on line one. What's up, Johnny? Are you waiting for this? You ready for this as I am, brother? What do you think? How are the finals going to go?
All right, man, it's going to be Spurs all the way. I'm just calling on one take you said the person who guarded Wemby the most is OG Anunoby? That was your...
No, I saw a stat that amongst people that have guarded Wemby for at least 100 possessions, the person he has tallied the least amount of points against is OG Anunoby.
Oh, okay. Was it a hurt OG or the healthy OG? Because the OG hurt right now. So that's not going to help you right now.
He ain't hurt. He's not hurt. He's ready to go.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I feel like this. I hope your Knicks give up a puncher's chance, but I'm saying Spurs in 4, and it might go 5, but it's not. It's more than Wemby. They got Stephen Couch to deal with, and they got Dylan Harper, and then they got De'Aaron Fox. It's too many weapons on the Spurs team to deal with an up and down Knicks team, because y'all like living down Brunson. Y'all have nobody other than Brunson and Cat to go through to get points. So when it comes down to that, the Spurs got too many weapons. It's too many weapons.
Come on, Johnny. Come on. You're talking crazy.
I'm serious. Am I wrong, Pat? Am I wrong,
you are
Pat?
wrong.
Who else besides Brunson and Cat to score? You can allow to get 10 points.
OG Anunoby averaged like 20 points per game in these playoffs. Mikal Bridges is shooting like 80% from the field in the last 11 games. Johnny, you're a Knicks hater, and I appreciate you, Johnny. We've gone back and forth a long time. You're a Knicks hater.
I am. I agree with you. You have a nice one.
He goes, yeah, I am. I agree with you. Johnny, appreciate the time as always, brother. I can't wait. I know we're going to talk many times throughout this final, so appreciate your time. Thank you for calling. But Johnny's a Knicks hater. I want to finish with some hot or cold because Combs and Monty planned something here. So, Combs, what's up? Last hot or cold here? What do we got for us?
Johnny is the man. Johnny's my favorite caller of all time, by the way. The Spurs are sweeping. I love it. Look, I don't know if you've seen this, but Monty can pull it up real quick. We got about a minute left here. The ACS challenge system is being tested in the minor leagues. It is the automated check swing system. So when an umpire behind home plate is calling a check swing, they have the check swing system that will determine whether or not a batter actually swung at a pitch. Now, if you're watching here, it goes off of a 45-degree angle out of the batter's box. And if the bat doesn't contact that 45-degree angle, it is not considered a check swing. And batters can actually challenge this like they do balls and strikes. Hot or cold, this will be an MLB by next season.
No, cold. I mean, maybe it should. It seems like it's probably pretty foolproof. Then again, I did see ABI did the Yankees postgame over the weekend, and they just blatantly got one wrong against the A's, and then the umpire, they didn't show it on the screen, and the umpire was like, no, it's confirmed. So I don't think next year, maybe in a couple of years, but I mean, it's crazy. We can now do, when you put ACS in the hot or cold rundown, I was like, did he make a typo? I almost actually changed it to ABS. So, wow, automated check swings. What do you we only have 10 seconds, so actually that's all we have time for, Combs. Well, I appreciate you showing me that. All right, fun show. Thanks to everybody who was a guest. Thanks to Brandon Combs, producer. Thanks to VP Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. Thanks to my co-host Brad. Thanks to everybody else. Denton Day's coming up next. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow. BetMGM tonight.
Victor Wembanyama is overcome with emotion. And if you'll recall, a little earlier in the season, it was this calendar year, the Spurs had a huge second-half comeback against the LA Clippers. And Wemby was crying on the court after the game. I'm not saying he's bawling like he's hysterical, but like he's shedding tears. He did the same thing on Saturday night. He's overwhelmed with emotion. He's overcome by the moment. And you can tell how much this all means to him. He says in the post-game press conference, he doesn't say, and this is all, everything, like nothing is accidental here. When he says, he doesn't say winning the NBA championship is a childhood dream. He says winning the Larry O'Brien trophy is a childhood dream. We are big sports fans, right? This is exactly what we all want from our stars. Is this. This is what we want. If you're a lifelong diehard fan of the San, and I understand the Spurs have I've had a great run, right? With Duncan, etc. But you're a diehard fan of the San Antonio Spurs, and you hear your young franchise player say that, you're in ecstasy. This is exactly what you want from a young star. Someone who is invested in the history of the league, who's aware of his potential standing in things as it moves forward, and wants to win so badly that he sheds tears on the court after a big win. Now, I don't say that to diminish someone else, another athlete's desire. It's not just, it doesn't mean it's one-to-one. Like you have to shed tears in order to really care. I'm not insinuating that at all. But this is someone who indisputably gives a you-know-what. It means something to him. Winning MVP means something to him. He's a creative player. And more than that, he's someone created in a laboratory for real-life success. Every single box checked. There's only one left. NBA champion. That the Vegas Golden Knights destroyed the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche, a team that many, including me, thought would easily skate to a Stanley Cup championship. A team with Stanley Cup pedigree, having won the Cup a couple years ago. And it's a fascinating juxtaposition. A 39-win regular season team against the team that just went 12-1 in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Carolina is the betting favorite at BetMGM at minus 145. The Vegas Golden Knights at plus 120. I think this series is a coin flip. You could talk me into any outcome, and I wouldn't be shocked. So if that's true, and any outcome's possible, Knights in 7, Canes in 7, Knights in 5, Canes in 5, sweep, I wouldn't be shocked if anything happened in this series. And if that's true, then I want to lean into variance if I'm going to bet and I'm going to pick the series.